Chapter 1680. He alone could suppress everyone. The Mountain Sea King's hair was as white as snow, but his complexion was as rosy as a baby's. His blood chi was vigorous, and his entire body seemed to contain an astonishing amount of vitality. The Mountain Sea King's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Chen Zong. There was a hint of surprise in the depths of his bright and grand eyes. Peak 8th level Saint Realm. With just a glance, the Mountain Sea King could clearly see Chen Zong's cultivation base. He could even see that Chen Zong's body refinement cultivation base was extraordinary. However, the Mountain Sea King could not tell what level his body refinement cultivation had reached. He could only say that it was at the late chaotic heaven realm. Qi and Qi cultivators. Moreover, both of them had reached the late chaotic heaven realm. "May I know your name, little friend?" the Mountain Sea King asked with a smile. "My surname is Chen Zong." "Greetings, Senior Mountain Sea King," Chen Zong replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he saluted with his sword. "Little friend Chen Zong, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. Would you like to follow this old man to my humble abode for a chat?" The Mountain Sea King invited him directly. Chen Zong thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Currently, he was under the protection of the Bewildering Light Island's power. This protection was faint before, but after breaking through the 7th level of the Bewildering Light realm, Chen Zong could feel it more clearly. It was an unimaginable power that was faintly gathering around him. It was difficult to detect. The strength of this power was so shocking that even Luo Yan, the Blood Killer King, would not be able to break it. If someone tried to threaten Chen Zong's life, this power would counterattack and kill them instantly. This power was so strong that even 6 stars and 7 stars would not be able to resist it. Even if he was an 8-star warrior, he would still be killed. Even 9 stars would not be spared. As for whether the legendary 10 stars invincible half-step Great Saint would be able to resist it, no one knew. But no matter what, he would be safe on this Bewildering Light Island for more than 9 years. It would be almost absolutely safe unless an ultimate expert of the Great Sage realm made a move. Therefore, if the King of the Mountains and Seas wanted to harm him, he would be safe and sound. This kind of protection was not only to protect one's life. Any method that was used to deal with him, whether it was to kill, suppress, or trap him, would cause him to retaliate. This feeling became more and more obvious after Chen Zong passed through the 7th realm. "Please!" Laughing heartily, he transformed into a beam of light that seemed to contain the power of 3 mountains and 5 seas. Chen Zong bowed respectfully to Zhao Mingkong, then transformed into a gust of wind and flew away. Everyone was very surprised to see him move so mysteriously. After Chen Zong left, the others gradually dispersed as well. Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong was still in shock. Yang Kai hadn't expected that a Saint Realm Junior he had just happened to save would have such amazing ability. It was simply incredible. The Heaven Battering King also had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Earlier, he had said that Yang Kai could pass through the first 3 realms, and it would be good enough if he could pass through the 4th realm. However, that Yang Kai had passed through the 7th realm all of a sudden. He could not help but feel embarrassed, and he was even more shocked. The Blood Killer King left with a murderous aura. He was waiting for the time to come. 10 years. No, it was only 9 years. It was a very short period of time. For him and the others, it might be over in a secluded cultivation. This time, he would have to go into secluded cultivation and strive to cultivate that divine ability to the perfection stage. He would completely master it and increase its power greatly. The King of the Mountains and Seas was the strongest powerhouse on Bewildering Light Island. He might even be the strongest cultivator in the Bewildering Light Ocean. However, the cave residence he lived in was not the closest to the Bewildering Light realm. Instead, it was the furthest. Logically speaking, the closer one was to the Bewildering Light realm, the stronger and purer the heaven and earth's mysteries would be. However, the king of the mountains and seas did the opposite. Chernzong discovered that the king of the mountains and seas cave residence was located on a mountain, on the other side of which was the bewildering light ocean. It was a mountain and a sea. There was also a spell formation set up in the middle of the cave, which constantly emitted multicolored light. In Chernzong's keen perception, the formation seemed to have evolved into the phenomenon of mountains and seas, explaining the mysteries of the mountains and seas. The Mountain and Sea Grand Spell Formation. It was a spell formation that the king of the mountains and seas had mastered. Once it was set up, it could gather the vital energy of heaven and earth and condense the secrets of the mountains and seas. Because of that, the vital energy of heaven and earth in the area was not at all inferior to that in the center of Bewildering Light Island. Furthermore, it was filled with the secrets of the mountains and seas, making it a perfect place for the king of the mountains and seas to cultivate. Please take a seat, young friend. Smiling, the king of the mountains and seas took a seat. Behind him, the image of the mountains and seas appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Chernzong sat across the table from the king of the mountain and sea. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he didn't seem afraid at all. It was as if he wasn't facing a powerful seven-star expert, but someone of the same generation. The king of the mountains and seas secretly nodded in approval. Even other half-step great saints, with the exception of the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King, would not be able to remain so calm in front of him, let alone a Saint Realm expert. Sure enough, someone who could pass the 7th level in one go was extraordinary. He could be called a monster. Young friend, you can pass the 7th level of the Bewildering Light Realm on your first try. This old man is truly shocked. The king of the mountains and seas laughed, not concealing the surprise and admiration in his voice. If I may ask, young friend, how many flowers did you detonate in the king-naming pagoda? 9 colored. Chernzong answered without hesitation. The king of the mountains and seas' pupils constricted. 9 colored heavenly flowers. Having lived for nearly 10,000 years, King Mountain and Sea had a wealth of experience. Before entering the bewildering light sea, he was already a powerful expert with impressive battle prowess and vast knowledge. He knew exactly how difficult it was to detonate a 9-colored heavenly flower. Even though there were more geniuses in the highest profundity realm, where he came from, it was the same. Since ancient times, there had only been a dozen or so people who could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Who would have thought that the person in front of him would be one of them? No wonder he could pass through the 7th realm in one go. One had to know that it took him more than 20 tries to pass the 7th realm before he succeeded. Instantly, King Mountain Sea's heart began to burn. I have high hopes for you, young friend, King Mountain Sea said with a smile. You'll definitely pass the 8th level and leave the Sea of Bewildering Light. Senior, is it true that one can leave the Bewildering Light Ocean after passing the 8th level? Chernzong asked. After all, this was just a saying. Really? King Mountain Sea said with absolute certainty. As far as I know, a powerful expert called King of Myriad Stars passed the 8th level 10,000 years ago and left the Bewildering Light Island. He even took someone with him. Took someone with him? Chernzong was stunned when he heard this. That's right. If you pass the 8th level, not only can you leave, but you can also take someone with you, King Mountain Sea said with certainty. Eyes shining brightly, he continued. Young friend, I have a request that I hope you'll agree to. Yang Qi's eyes flickered with intense light. Senior, please tell me, Chernzong said, vaguely guessing. It seems that you have guessed it. That's right. I hope you can take me with you if you can pass the 8th level one day, King Mountain Sea said with a deep voice. I've been in the Sea of Bewildering Light for more than 3,000 years. That's far too long. Considering how strong I am, I'm afraid that I won't be able to pass through the 8th level. I'll have to rely on my own power to leave this place. Young friend, you've given me hope, and I hope that you can help me. Chernzong didn't agree immediately. Instead, he thought about it. Senior, you can only take one person with you? Chernzong couldn't help but ask. 10,000 years ago, King of Myriad Stars could only take one person with him. As for how many people he can take, I'm not sure, King Mountain Sea said. Senior, Silver Knife King Zhao Mingkong saved my life and guided me. If I can only take one person with me, I'll choose him, Chernzong said again with a serious expression. Chernzong's principle was to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Zhao Mingkong had saved his life, so if he could really pass through the 8th realm and leave with someone, he should choose Zhao Mingkong first. Besides, there was also the Tiangong elder who taught him. However, he didn't know how far away the Tiangong elder was from the bewildering light island, so he couldn't find him. Senior, Junior can promise that if I can pass the 8th level one day and leave with more than 2 people, there will be one for you, Chernzong said seriously and made a promise. The king of the mountains and seas was lost in thought. All right, it's better than having no hope, King Mountain Sea finally said. He could see that Chernzong was a person who valued kindness. Since he said so, he wouldn't go back on his word. King Mountain Sea had been here for a long time and knew that he didn't have the ability to pass the 8th level. Therefore, he could only rely on others. Since he had said so, there was nothing else he could do. Leaving a glimmer of hope was better than having no hope at all. This old master has nothing to give you, so I'll give this hidden dragon treasure pill to you. King Mountain Sea took out a palm-sized octagonal black jade box and handed it to Chernzong. I obtained this hidden dragon treasure pill a long time ago. It is of great help to Saint Realm cultivators, but it is useless to me. I didn't expect little friend to be able to come here with just a Saint Realm cultivation. It seems fate has brought us together. Many thanks, Senior, Chernzong didn't refuse. Although the assessment of the bewildering light realm was closely related to one's cultivation, after leaving the bewildering light sea, one's cultivation was also very important. Moreover, since Chernzong had promised to take the King Mountain Sea away if there were enough spots, the King Mountain Sea's gift of a treasure pill could be considered a reward. If you don't mind, young friend, the Mountain and Sea King said, you can set up an immortal's cave here and go into secluded meditation. With me around, no one will dare to do anything rash. Many thanks, Senior, Chernzong thought for a moment and agreed. Chernzong also wanted to pass the 8th level as soon as possible and leave this place. Therefore, he quickly opened a cave mansion and began cultivating in seclusion. As for King Mountain Sea, the hidden dragon treasure pill was indeed valuable, but it was useless in the bewildering light sea. Only outside the bewildering light sea would it show its amazing value. Since he wanted to seize the chance to leave this place, he had to pay a price. Chapter 1681. The commotion caused by Chernzong's breakthrough to the 7th stage of the bewildering light realm slowly died down as time passed. Meanwhile, Chernzong stayed in a cave not far away from the King of Mountains and Seas cave, cultivating in seclusion with the help of the rich heaven and earth origin chi there. The hidden dragon pill was about the size of a thumb. It was light gold in color, and one could vaguely see the shadow of a golden dragon swimming in it. It was extremely mysterious. Take it. As soon as the hidden dragon pill entered his body, a majestic and pure energy was released. However, it was not a one-time eruption. Instead, it was released slowly and the pill gradually shrank. Chernzong circulated the Genesis sword technique with all his might to quickly refine and absorb the energy of the pill to improve his cultivation base. It was more efficient to work together from the inside and outside. Originally, Chernzong felt that it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation base to the limit of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage within 9 years. However, after taking the hidden dragon pill, he was 100% confident. He needed to improve his cultivation base, as well as other aspects such as secret techniques and Dao insight. If possible, it would be best if he could raise his Tao insights to the extremity stage. Once one entered the extremity stage, their power would be incomparable to those close to the extremity stage. Basically, as long as a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse's combat strength reached the 4-star level, they would have mastered at least one extremity Tao insight and the corresponding extremity stage ultimate move. For a 7-star powerhouse like the King of Mountains and Seas, he had more than one extremity Tao insight and more than one extremity stage ultimate move. While Chen Zong was cultivating in seclusion, the King of Mountains and Seas was not idle either. He continued to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even for someone who had reached this level, it was extremely difficult to make further progress. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. If one worked hard to comprehend, even if one could not make any progress, one could still maintain the status quo. Everyone was working hard, especially after Chen Zong passed the 7th stage. It was as if a powerful force had been injected into them, and their fighting spirit had been reignited. If a junior at the Saint Rudiment stage could do it, there was no reason why these seniors with stronger combat strength could not do it. Although everyone knew that the difficulty of passing the bewildering light realm was closely related to one's cultivation base, they were still motivated to fight. Cultivate. For a time, the entire bewildering light island actually set off a frenzy of cultivation. Inside the cave, Chen Zong felt that his cultivation was slowly improving. He did not need to cultivate himself, so he could focus on other things. A hidden dragon treasure pill was a rare treasure that only appeared once in 1,000 years. When a Saint Realm Master took one, their cultivation would slowly increase over time until the hidden dragon treasure pill's energy was exhausted. Chen Zong estimated that his cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage once the energy from the hidden dragon pill was depleted. Even if it wasn't the peak, it could still reach the peak. The Taichu sword origin technique circulated naturally as it continuously absorbed the energy of the hidden dragon elixir. Chen Zong's mind, however, was immersed in the deity ocean. The deity sea was vast and boundless. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of it. His body was surrounded by a boundless gray murderous aura. It was like the waves of the sea, enveloping one side of the deity sea. On the other side there were 4 stone tablets. The stone tablets were gray in color, and they were covered in a hazy, chaotic fog. At first glance they looked very small and unremarkable, but at second glance they were incomparably tall, as if they were towering between heaven and earth. The worldly stone inscriptions. They were 4 of the 9 worldly stone inscriptions that Chen Zong had chosen after breaking through the 7th level of the mystical light stage. They weren't the real stone tablets but their projections. However, even if they were projections, they still contained all the mysteries of the stone inscriptions and could be comprehended at any time. After Chen Zong chose the first stone inscription, the other 3 stone inscriptions seemed to have disappeared. The dark void was like chaos. There was no up, down, left, right, east, west, north, or south. Everything was unclear. Suddenly, an extremely sharp light shone. It was like the blade of a heavenly blade or the tip of a divine sword. It streaked across the sky and tore the darkness apart. The extremely sharp light seemed to be gold and silver at the same time. It seemed to be constantly changing. It was incomparably mysterious. The chaotic darkness was torn apart and opened up in an instant. Up, down, left, right, east, west, north, and south. At this moment, there seemed to be blurry traces that slowly became clear. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened up and formed an embryonic form. Comprehension. The mysteries contained within were so profound that Chen Zong was completely immersed in it, forgetting everything in the outside world. The mysteries contained within the worldly stone inscriptions were the mysteries of heaven and earth. Of course, there were differences and emphasis. For example, The worldly stone inscription that Chen Zong was comprehending now contained the mysteries of extreme sharpness within that sharp light that tore through the void and chaotic darkness. For those who practiced the saber, such mysteries could be comprehended as the way of the saber. For those who practiced the sword, it could be comprehended as the way of the sword. Sabers and swords were originally sharp weapons. They were very suitable. For Chen Zong, it wasn't just comprehending the way of the sword. It was also related to the primordial sword origin technique. The power and mysteries contained within the primordial fragment that he had found in the Savage Baron's secret realm allowed him to successfully create the primordial sword origin technique on the basis of the Dexian origin technique. There were many similarities between its mysteries and this stone inscription. This was the reason why Chen Zong chose the first worldly stone inscription without hesitation. There was no doubt that he couldn't comprehend all 4 stone inscriptions at the same time. He could only choose one first. Chen Zong also chose this one without hesitation. The extreme sharpness of the worldly stone inscription tore through everything. Chen Zong usually paid great attention to building his foundation and accumulating his foundation. Therefore, his foundation was extremely solid and his foundation was astonishing. Even a powerhouse like the King of Mountains and Seas couldn't compare to Chen Zong in terms of foundation and foundation. With such a profound foundation, Chen Zong's grasp of the mysteries of heaven and earth deepened as he was able to directly comprehend a supreme treasure like the worldly stone inscription that contained intense mysteries of heaven and earth. This improvement was directly reflected in the primordial sword origin technique and the way of the sword. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Zong temporarily woke up from his comprehension. When he opened his eyes, a divine light shot out like a sword and directly penetrated the cave dwelling's wall, leaving behind 2 straight sword holes that were several meters deep. It was as if sword qi had directly penetrated the cave dwelling. It was extremely shocking. The terrifying sword qi circled around as if it could cut and tear everything to shreds. A tyrannical power fluctuated within his body, causing Chen Zong to secretly rejoice. Early 9th Heaven Saint Realm. Before he went into seclusion, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Now that he was at the early 9th Heaven Saint Realm, the improvement was huge. Taking out a small treasure to observe the time, Chen Zong discovered that he had been in seclusion for a year. In just a year, he had risen from the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Realm to the early 9th Heaven Saint Realm. This speed was shocking. It also showed how precious the hidden dragon pill was. If it was sold in the outside world, it would sell for an unimaginable price. Even the great forces of the world would fight over it. This time, he had temporarily come out of seclusion to rest. Soon, Chen Zong continued his seclusion. This time, Chen Zong decided to completely create and master the 31st level of the primordial sword origin technique. Another year went by, and Chen Zong did not come out of seclusion. Another half a year went by. Chen Zong opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was intense and sharp to the extreme. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Every aura was like an invisible sword cutting through the void. The surrounding void was torn apart, and countless sword marks appeared on the ground and cave walls. Every mark was straight and long, emitting a shocking sharpness. Powerful. The surging power in his body became even more powerful. It was like a divine sword that had been sharpened, invincible. Late 9th Heaven Saint Realm Cultivation Base. The 31st level of the primordial sword origin technique. Powerful. At this moment, Chen Zong felt that the power in his body was shocking. When a cultivation technique reached the 30th level, it would be classified as a top-grade saint grade. However, once it broke through to the 31st level, it would break through the boundary of top-grade saint grade and enter the ranks of top grade. The gap between top grade and top grade was even greater than the gap between top grade and top grade. It was on 2 completely different levels. In short, only the more powerful half-step Great Saint Realm powerhouses could break through the boundary of top-grade Saint grade. Ordinary half-step Great Saint Realm powerhouses might not be able to do so. In terms of cultivation base, half-step Great Saint Realm powerhouses were not much stronger than the limit of the Ninth Heaven Saint Realm. It was just that their power was purer. However, if a cultivation technique broke through the limit and advanced to a higher level, everything would be different. Powerful. Chen Zong could clearly feel that the power of the saint energy in his body had at least doubled. When he was at the 30th level of the primordial sword origin technique and the peak of the 8th heaven saint realm, he could unleash a 1-star half-step Great Saint Realm attack by detonating the Lingwu energy and the Blood Thunder Explosion secret technique. Then, now that he was at the 31st level of the primordial sword origin technique and the late 9th heaven saint realm cultivation base, if he detonated the Lingwu energy and the Blood Thunder Explosion secret technique, what level would the power of heaven and earth reach? For a moment, Chen Zong felt restless. He wanted to find an opponent to fight with all his strength. Enter the bewildering light realm? The difficulty of the bewildering light realm increased as one's cultivation increased. Since his cultivation had increased, the difficulty of the bewildering light realm would increase as well. Other than the increase in his cultivation, he had also increased the realm of the Taichu sword energy technique. His sword principle had also improved significantly. His overall strength had become stronger. Then, he would enter the bewildering light realm again. Without hesitation, Chen Zong came out of his closed-door cultivation. After informing the king of mountain and sea, he immediately rushed to the bewildering light realm. He stepped into the bewildering light realm. Challenger Chen Zong, you've passed the 7th level. You can freely choose which level to start your challenge from. The voice of the bewildering light realm sounded again. The 7th level. Chen Zong replied directly. His goal was to test his current strength and use it to train himself. The 7th level Black Demon God was undoubtedly very suitable. It was still the same huge and spacious palace. The figure of the Black Demon God appeared. He stood up and walked over. The Black Demon God's body was still the same as before, but the aura emanating from his body was more powerful. Chen Zong was certain that he had reached the 1-star half-step Great Saint Realm. In the previous battle, Chen Zong knew that this was not the Black Demon God's strongest state, nor was it his strongest strength. Then let's fight. Fight. Chapter 1682. First update. The Dark Palace was vast and boundless. Two figures constantly clashed. Fight. Fierce fight. The fierce fight was endless. With the improvement of his cultivation base, and the improvement of his sword principle, the power of Chen Zong's sword was far beyond the limit of the Saint Rudiment stage, even if he did not use the power of Lingwu and the power of Blood Thunder Explosion. He had truly stepped into the level of a 1-star half-step Great Saint. Since ancient times, there were very few examples of Saint Rudiment stage experts who could contend with a half-step Great Saint. The Emperor of Lingwu was one of them. When the Emperor of Lingwu's cultivation base reached the limit of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, he had fought with 1-star and even 2-star half-step Great Saints, but was not a match for a 3-star half-step Great Saint. Chen Zong was more outstanding than the Emperor of Lingwu when he was young, and improved as he cultivated. The Black Demon God was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he had the combat strength of a 1-star, and was one of the stronger ones. If the combat strength of each star was divided into 2 levels, it could be divided into 2 levels, ordinary and elite. Then, Chen Zong's current strength was equivalent to an ordinary 1-star, while the Black Demon God was an elite 1-star. Even so, Chen Zong was only at a slight disadvantage. He relied on his superb sword principle to contend with the Black Demon God, persevering tenaciously. There was no doubt that the Black Demon God was an excellent opponent. Even if he was defeated and killed here, He would not really die, but it was no different from a battle of life and death. Only after experiencing life and death could one see the Tao. Over the past 2.5 years, he had comprehended the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions, and his sword principle had improved a little. Every sword move he performed seemed ordinary, but it contained amazing mysteries. It was a return to simplicity. Every sword move contained layers of force, combining hardness and gentleness, and the intersection of yin and yang. It was like a dragon or a snake dancing. It could deflect the opponent's attack while counterattacking with force. It was extremely brilliant. Combat strength was the standard to evaluate one's strength. Generally, it was more inclined to use offense and defense as the main reference, before integrating other aspects. The Black Demon God's attack and defense were both extremely powerful. Hence, he was considered an elite 1-star level. As for Chen Zong's Qi refinement stage strength, his attack and defense were slightly inferior. Hence, he could only be considered an ordinary 1-star level. However, strength was a combination of all aspects. It was impossible for Chen Zong, who was just an ordinary 1-star warrior, to defeat an elite 1-star warrior. However, it was not impossible for him to defend himself. Under the pressure of the Black Demon God's attacks, what he had comprehended in 2.5 years of seclusion was constantly being converted and truly absorbed. The Black Demon God seemed to be enraged by the fact that he could not defeat his opponent after such a long battle. With a loud roar, his body suddenly expanded by 0.5 meter, and his bulging muscles became even more pronounced. The power contained within them became even more terrifying. Black demonic flames burned endlessly, and an aura of destruction rippled out. The Black Demon God's aura soared, instantly multiplying and becoming even more tyrannical. Boom! He threw out a punch, which was like a dark demonic fire meteorite, with an irresistible force. Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the Lingwu and displayed the yin and yang sword realm. There was a clear distinction between black and white. His late 9th heaven saint realm cultivation base instantly soared, reaching the limit of the saint realm. However, his strength surpassed the limit and reached an even higher level. This punch was extremely terrifying. As it came crashing down, the void trembled incessantly. Countless water ripples were formed in the darkness as it charged forward, shattering everything in its path. It directly bombarded the yin and yang sword realm. The black sword realm trembled slightly and immediately resisted the terrifying punch. It constantly dissolved the power of the punch, and was unable to harm Chen Zong. If the yin and yang sword realm had not unleashed the power of the Lingwu, it would have been difficult for it to block this punch. However, with the power of the Lingwu, Chen Zong's basic strength had directly surpassed the level of the Saint realm. Coupled with his ultimate move, the yin and yang sword realm, his defensive power was extremely shocking. The strength of the Black Demon God in his berserk state had reached the level of an elite 2-star warrior. However, the yin and yang sword realm could resist it, which was enough to show how amazing the defensive power of this move was. Boom, boom, boom. The same scene as before was playing out. The berserk Black Demon God's fists continuously blasted out, crazily bombarding the yin and yang sword realm. Even an ancient mountain would be smashed into powder, but the yin and yang sword realm did not budge at all. It operated freely and showed no signs of collapsing. Chen Zong was also waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The Black Demon God's attack was extremely violent, but it could not be sustained. The slight pause was the opportunity for Chen Zong to counterattack. Heaven and earth aligned. Even the power of the blood thunder explosion was integrated into it. The surroundings became increasingly dim, but the sword was extremely dark and deep. It was suffused with traces of blood-red light that was somewhat dazzling. It tore through the void and slashed a deep sword mark on the Black Demon God's body. Burst. Second sword. Third sword. Fourth sword. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Chen Zong immediately unleashed his full strength. This scene was similar to the previous one, but Chen Zong's swordsmanship was more exquisite. The burden brought by such an explosion was not as strong as the previous one. Even though the black demon god was constantly resisting, he was still cut in two by Chen Zong's sword. Both sides turned into dark meteors and rushed forward, as if they wanted to injure Chen Zong like the previous time. Fifth sword. This sword was slashed out horizontally. The sword light that was as thin as a strand of hair shot out in an instant. It seemed to have split the void and also cut apart the two dark meteors that were charging towards him. 4 dark meteors scattered and bombarded Chen Zong. The extremely tyrannical force caused Chen Zong's body to sway, as if swaying in a gale. He retreated repeatedly. There was an extremely shocking sound behind him. It was the sound of the dark meteors hitting the wall. The terrifying force spread out along with bursts of blazing demonic fire. Although he was in a sorry state and had been scratched, there was a big difference compared to the last time when he was on the verge of death. This was enough to show that he was indeed much more outstanding than before. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong also knew that with such strength, it was not enough to challenge the Extinction Dragon realm. Even so, Chen Zong wanted to try again. The fire of the Crimson Dragon gushed out like the sea pouring down. Chen Zong was incomparably small in front of it. Even so, Chen Zong burst out with all his strength, activating the Heart Sword Dao will to the extreme and integrating all his Sword Dao comprehension in the past 2.5 years. Heaven and Earth line. The power of this sword was extremely tyrannical, but in front of the fire of the Crimson Dragon, it seemed weak. Even so, he did not hesitate to attack, like a moth flying into a flame, like the final song of a thorn bird. Even if he died, he would not regret it. The sword light collapsed. Under the fire of the Crimson Dragon, Chen Zong died in less than 5 breaths. After leaving the bewildering light realm, Chen Zong went into seclusion to cultivate again. This time, he went into seclusion to study the first worldly stone inscription. The mysteries contained in it were extremely profound and could not be comprehended in a mere 2.5 years. The more he comprehended, the more Chen Zong felt that it was amazing. The level of the mysteries contained in the worldly stone inscription was definitely not at the Saint Realm, nor was it at the half-step Great Saint Realm. It was definitely at the level of the Great Saint Realm. In the battle with the Black Demon God, and then against the fire of the Crimson Dragon, Chen Zong felt that his comprehension of the Heart Sword Dao will had become more profound. This time, his goal was to reach the extremity. To truly raise the Heart Sword Dao will to the extremity. Strictly speaking, the extremity belonged to the level of the half-step Great Saint Realm. It was even a level that only powerful half-step Great Saint Realm experts could master. Most of the ordinary 1-star and 2-star experts could not master it, and only a few could. It was not easy for Chen Zong to master the power of the extremity of the Dao will at the Saint Realm, but it was possible. Everything was possible. This time, he went into seclusion for another half a year. The Mountain Sea King had just finished his meditation and was sitting outside the cave dwelling, leisurely sipping tea. The tea was picked from a tea tree he planted outside the cave dwelling and made by himself. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical and sharp aura spread out from the cave dwelling where Chen Zong was in seclusion. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also had an astonishing power that oppressed one's soul and attacked one's mind. It made one feel that it was impossible to dodge or even resist. It was as if one's mind would shatter if one was hit. The Mountain Sea King was an elite 7-star expert, but he also felt this way when facing this aura. He could not help but feel shocked. This was clearly the aura of the Dao will. Moreover, it was the aura of the extremity of the Dao will. Such a Dao insight was extremely brilliant, and it belonged to the top amongst top-grade Dao insight. In an instant, the Mountain Sea King's eyes shone with an extremely intense light. He was even more shocked. Chernzong was only at the Saint Realm, but he had comprehended the Tao will to the extremity. How shocking was that! However, when he thought about how Chernzong had broken through the 7th level of the mystical light stage on his first try and ignited the 9-colored heavenly flower, it did not seem like a big deal. After all, according to what he knew, the past generations of monstrous geniuses could deduce and comprehend the Tao will to the extremity when they were at the Saint Realm. Of course, it was only one kind. This was already very shocking. In half a year, not only did Chen Zong comprehend the heart sword Tao will to the extremity, but his Qi refinement stage cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm under the majestic energy of the Hidden Dragon Supreme Pill. Unfortunately, the energy of the Hidden Dragon Supreme Pill had been exhausted. In other words, if Chernzong wanted to reach the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, he could only rely on his own cultivation. It would be a very time-consuming process. However, Chernzong did not care much about it. Before reaching the extremity, it was only the accumulation of energy, not the advancement of one's cultivation base. What really excited Chernzong was the extremity of the Tao will. The heart sword Tao will had reached the extremity. The feeling of reaching the extremity of the Tao will was very strange. It was as though the void had solidified and condensed into a force that was 100 times finer than a strand of hair. The fluctuation that it emitted was no longer the same as the Tao will. It seemed to be sublimating and transforming to a higher level. Once the transformation was complete, one would immediately reach a higher level and reach a higher level, reaching a higher level of profundity. However, it was very difficult. It seemed like the level after the transformation was complete was the level of an eminent Saint Realm powerhouse. Chapter 1683. Inside the Mountain Sea Cave abode, an extremely sharp sword Qi swept out in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth and tearing everything apart. The sharpness of the sword Qi was invincible, piercing straight into one's heart and soul. While the Mountain Sea King was shocked, his heart was filled with excitement. Mastering the ultimate Tao insight at the Saint Rudiment stage meant that he had a high chance of breaking through to the 8th realm. The 8th realm. Once the other party broke through to the 8th realm, the Mountain Sea King would have a chance to leave with him. Even if it was just a glimmer of hope, it was better than having no hope at all. It had been thousands of years. A fine sword mark silently appeared on the boulder blocking the cave abode. Then, countless fine sword marks appeared on the boulder as if it had been dismembered. In just an instant, the boulder was reduced to a pile of fingernail-sized gravel as a figure stepped out. In the eyes of the Mountain Sea King, the figure was blurry and filled with endless sword Qi. Every sword Qi seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and pierce through everything in the world. This was because the other party's sword intent had just reached the pinnacle, and he was unable to completely restrain his might. Thus, it was a phenomenon that was formed from the natural release of his might. In the eyes of some weaker people, what they saw was not a figure, but the edge of a sword. The Mountain Sea King remembered that when he had mastered the ultimate Tao insight, he had gone into seclusion for several years before he could completely restrain the power of the ultimate Tao insight. However, the other party was a peerless monster, so he did not think that it would take much time. A few months should be enough. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the blurry figure filled with sword Qi suddenly became clear, and the sword Qi that was everywhere quickly disappeared. In just 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal. The shocking sword Qi that had permeated heaven and earth had completely disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. King Mountain Sea's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. He was so shocked that he couldn't even think straight. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths of time, the other party had mastered the ultimate Tao insight and retracted the power of the ultimate Tao insight? How was this possible? Could it be that the other party had already mastered the ultimate Tao insight for some time? No, the shocking fluctuation just now was clearly the fluctuation of someone who had just mastered the ultimate Tao insight. In other words, in just 10 breaths of time, the other party had completely mastered the ultimate Tao insight. Unbelievable! It was truly unbelievable. When news of this spread out, it wasn't that it caused a great commotion, but that no one would believe it. Even if it was the holy sons of some great powers, with the assistance of the various treasures of the great powers, they would at least require 1 or 2 months of time before they were able to completely grasp the extreme Tao insight. 10 breaths. It had only been a few breaths of time. Horrifying. Shocking. To King Mountain Sea, Chern Zong had shocked him more than he had in the past thousands of years. Take a deep breath. Even though it didn't matter if he breathed or not with his cultivation, it was a habit, an innate habit. He had been like this since he was young. Once he took a deep breath, he could quickly calm down. Was this the ability of a peerless monster? Of course, what King Mountain and Sea didn't know was that the reason Chern Zong had been able to master his paramount sword intent so quickly was because of the Tao of the Heart Sword. This sword intent originated from the heart and was closely related to one's mind and will. The stronger one's mind and will, the easier it would be to control it, and the more powerful it would be. On the other hand, the stronger the sword intent, the more it would temper one's mind and will. The 6th level of the Bewildering Light Realm, the 3rd platform, allowed Chern Zong's mind and will to break through its original limits and reach a higher level, making it easier for him to control the power of Tao insight. After fully grasping the extreme sword intent, Chern Zong could feel how powerful it was. It was as if, as long as it was activated, he could split mountains and seas with a single strike. Young friend, are you going to challenge the Bewildering Light Realm? King Mountain and Sea asked with a smile. Yes. Chern Zong nodded. Let's go together, King Mountain and Sea said. He was very curious to see if Chern Zong could pass the 8th level. Chern Zong didn't mind if King Mountain and Sea went together. The two of them rode on a streak of light and quickly headed toward the Bewildering Light Realm. Someone was about to enter the Bewildering Light Realm. When he saw King Mountain and Sea and Chern Zong, he quickly stepped aside and let Chern Zong go first. Chern Zong didn't stand on ceremony. This time, the challenge would start from the 6th level. He would first temper his mind and will. Chern Zong could already feel the benefit. Below the 3rd platform, Chern Zong was restrained and subjected to the saber punishment, lightning punishment, and fire punishment. Although it was still very painful, it was much better than the previous time. Because of this, the tempering effect wasn't very good. It was close to nothing. Chern Zong knew that this was because his heart sword Tao insight had broken through to the extreme realm, which had strengthened his mind and will again. The 6th level was useless to him now. If he wanted to challenge it in the future, he could start from the 7th level. The 7th level Black Demon God's aura had become much stronger because his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint realm. However, his strength was still at the 1-star elite level. He hadn't reached the 2-star level. In Chern Zong's eyes, the powerful Black Demon God didn't seem that strong. He slashed out with his sword. It was a very ordinary slash, but it contained the power of the Extreme Realm Heart Sword Tao insight. The slash was silent, and even its trajectory was difficult to predict. Moreover, it was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. The moment the sword light struck the Black Demon God's body, it erupted with an extremely shocking sharpness. It instantly split open the Black Demon God's defenses and left a clear, meter-long sword wound on his chest. Blood seeped out. The 31st level of the Genesis Sword Origin Technique had the power to split heaven and earth. It could ignore all defenses, and the astonishing sharpness of the Extreme Realm Sword intent was even more terrifying. Although the Black Demon God's defenses were strong and his physique was astonishing, he couldn't completely withstand it. although it didn't affect him much. He had been injured by his opponent's slash before he even made a move. It angered the Black Demon God, and Chen Zong's goal was to enrage the Black Demon God. The enraged Black Demon God went berserk. His muscles bulged and his strength grew even stronger. He soared from the 1-star elite level to the 2-star elite level. He was astonishingly powerful and suppressed his surroundings. Boom! With all his strength, the Black Demon God blasted out a punch that was like a dark meteor. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was turning upside down. Before this punch, Chen Zong's expression would turn grave and he would have to use the dual form Sword Realm at full strength to deal with it. But this time, Chen Zong didn't intend to explode with the power of the Lingwu, nor did he use the power of the Blood Thunder explosion. He only used the Genesis Sword Origin technique and the Extreme Realm Sword Intent. Dual Forms Sword Realm. Black and white mixed elements, boundless mysteries. The extremely violent punch blasted out with extremely destructive demonic fire and directly struck the Dual Forms Sword Realm. It shook slightly, but the Dual Forms Sword Realm did not budge at all. It operated on its own and completely withstood the tyrannical power of the punch. In the past, Chen Zong had to explode with the power of the Lingwu to achieve this. But now the Extreme Realm Sword Intent was also able to achieve this. The gap between the Extreme Realm and the Extreme Realm was just that obvious. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Demon God's violent attacks continued, but Chen Zong's Dual Forms Sword Realm completely withstood them. When the Black Demon God's attacks paused for a moment, Chen Zong counterattacked. A line of heaven and earth. Similarly, he did not explode with the power of the Lingwu or the power of the Blood Thunder explosion. He only used the Genesis Sword Origin technique and the Extreme Realm Sword Intent. The moment the sword struck out, Chen Zong suddenly felt extremely carefree, as if this was the power that a line of heaven and earth should have. A line between heaven and earth, an extreme line, an invincible line. The arm that the Black Demon God used to block was instantly chopped off. The sword had even pierced through the Black Demon God's chest, leaving behind a sword wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. The astonishing sword chi continued to wreak havoc. The second sword. Extreme control. The sword slashed through the sword wound on the Black Demon God's chest, and came out from his back. The second sword immediately split open the Black Demon God's upper body. Although it did not directly chop his body in half like before, its power was still extremely astonishing. The third sword. With this sword, the Black Demon God's body was completely split open. It took one less sword than the previous 2 times. The Black Demon God did not even have time to counterattack and fell to the ground in 2. After killing the Black Demon God with 3 sword moves, Chen Zong stood where he was and came to a sudden realization. The line of heaven and earth under the Extreme Realm Sword Intent had become the ultimate move of the Extreme Realm. Its power had been released to the greatest extent. In other words, this was the true power of the line of heaven and earth. Previously, the Heart Sword Tao Will that was close to the Extreme Realm had limited the power of the line of heaven and earth, and could not be fully unleashed. The difference between unleashing the full power of a move and not unleashing it was very obvious. At this moment, even if he did not explode with the power of the Lingwu or the Blood Thunder explosion, the power of the line of heaven and earth was extremely tyrannical because his sword intent had reached the Extreme Realm and the full power of the sword move had been unleashed. It had reached the peak of the elite 2-star level. If there was another breakthrough, it would reach the 3-star level. Chen Zong was confident that once he unleashed the power of the Lingwu and the Blood Thunder explosion, he could definitely reach the 3-star level. The 8th realm, here I come. Chen Zong's eyes shone with a strong light. This time, let me see the power of the 8th realm's Crimson Dragon. In the 8th realm, in a lava-like world, an incomparably huge volcano constantly spewed out blazing lava, and a blazing aura spread in all directions. Immediately, as a powerful magma soared into the sky, a huge 100-meter-long dragon head appeared. Its eyes swept across and stared at Chunzong, exerting great pressure on him. Roar! An extremely vigorous roar suddenly rang out. The earth-shattering roar shattered the heavens, and a ball of blazing flames suddenly spewed out of the dragon's mouth like a torrent. Chunzong had died under the fire of the Crimson Dragon the previous 2 times. What about this time? Chunzong's eyes were extremely bright. When he swung his sword, it was not the line of heaven and earth, but the yin and yang sword realm. It was the yin and yang sword realm that erupted with the power of the Lingwu and the blood thunder explosion. Boom! The Crimson Dragon arrived in an instant and hit the yin and yang sword realm of the yin and yang sword realm. In the blink of an eye, the majestic and mighty flames engulfed the yin and yang sword realm. Chunzong's body disappeared. The raging and blazing Crimson Dragon lasted for about 3 breaths before it stopped. Chunzong was still standing in the same place and had not been killed. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes were extremely bright. He blocked it. Chapter 1684. In the lava valley, the volcano was thousands of feet tall. Rolling magma filled the air with amazing heat and light, gushing out continuously. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A huge dragon head rushed up from the crater of the volcano, accompanied by endless rolling magma. Flame. Crimson. The sky and the earth were dyed red, and an amazing pressure spread in all directions. A huge figure soared into the sky from the volcano, roaming the vault of heaven. Crimson Dragon. It was a crimson dragon with a body length of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Its huge body meandered in the void, releasing an earth-shattering pressure that was extremely terrifying. Looking at the huge figure, Chunzong couldn't help but gasp. Huaitai's fire of the Crimson Dragon was extremely powerful and had reached the level of an elite 3-star fighter. It broke the defense of the yin and yang sword realm and made Chunzong realize the flaw of the yin and yang sword realm. The yin and yang sword realm was based on yin and yang, but his comprehension of the way of yin and yang was still shallow. Therefore, he had not unleashed the true power of the yin and yang sword realm, which was why it was broken and injured. However, compared to the previous 2 times, it was obviously much better. At least he was still alive and had the strength to fight. Roar! The huge crimson dragon's body meandered in the sky. Its head stretched down and suddenly roared at Chunzong. The roar was earth-shattering, as if it was going to shatter the sky. An extremely terrifying sound wave suddenly rushed over, making Chunzong feel like he was going to be shattered by the roar. The 31st level of the primordial sword energy technique was activated to the extreme. With a wave of his sword light flashed continuously, and only then did he cancel out the sound wave. After that, the Crimson Dragon's enormous tail suddenly swung out in the sky, and it smashed towards Chunzong as if it could destroy a mountain. It swept out with blazing violent winds that roared as if it was all-powerful, and it caused Chunzong's body to flicker without end like the flames of a dying candle. Facing this attack, Chunzong's expression changed greatly. It was too powerful, too powerful. Moreover, an amazing pressure pressed down on him, making him feel as if his whole body was being restrained. Yin and Yang Sword Realm. In the face of danger, Chunzong once again used this defensive unique skill. Black and white mixed elements circled endlessly. Boom! The black and white colors paused for a moment. Then, they began to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear as if something had gone wrong. It was as if a 1,000-mile dike had collapsed because of an ant's nest. Shatter! Chunzong was swept away and sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. Fortunately, the Yin and Yang Sword Realm had also blocked most of the power of the dragon tail. Otherwise, if the power of this blow had completely fallen on his body, he would have exploded directly, leaving nothing behind. Roar! The Crimson Dragon roared again, not giving Chen Zong the slightest chance. A blazing flame poured down again. Boom! Chen Zong, who was coughing up blood, was unable to resist at all. He could only be engulfed and burned to death by the fire of the Crimson Dragon. King Mountain Sea hovered in midair outside of the altar, his eyes glittering, his heart filled with both anticipation and nervousness. This time, could Chen Zong pass the 8th level? Immediately, the door opened and Chen Zong walked out. The hope in King Mountain Sea's eyes was extinguished. No light exploded, indicating that Chen Zong had not passed the 8th level. However, King Mountain Sea had passed the 8th level several times. He knew deeply how powerful the Crimson Dragon in the 8th level was. It was not strange that Chen Zong could not pass the 8th level now. However, there was always a chance. Chen Zong did not say anything. His mind was full of the power of the Crimson Dragon just now. There was an obvious difference in strength between the Crimson Dragon that only showed its head and its whole body. The latter was more powerful. It would not be easy for him to defeat it now. How did the King of Myriad Stars do it 10,000 years ago? Chen Zong could not help but be curious. Chen Zong did not know that the King of Myriad Stars from 10,000 years ago relied on his extraordinary talent and great perseverance. He spent thousands of years constantly comprehending the mystery of the worldly stone inscriptions and risked his life to fight the fog demon sea beasts to temper himself. In the end, he barely defeated the Crimson Dragon and passed the Extreme Dragon Realm. After returning to the cave residence, Chen Zong said goodbye to King Mountain Sea and entered the temporary cave residence again to cultivate in seclusion. This time, what Chen Zong wanted to comprehend was not the first worldly stone inscription, but the one that contained the mystery of yin and yang. Black and white were clearly separated and merged perfectly. The black was yin and the white was yang. It contained the mystery of yin and yang. Speaking of which, the Tao of yin and yang could also achieve Tao meaning. Chen Zong's idea was that if he could comprehend the Tao meaning of yin and yang and reach the extreme realm, and then use it to activate the yin and yang sword realm, he might be able to fully exert the power of the yin and yang sword realm. It was like using the extreme realm sword realm to activate the line of heaven and earth. In this way, the line of heaven and earth and the yin and yang sword realm belonged to different sword techniques. With the intention to comprehend, coupled with the mystery of yin and yang contained in the last 8 diagrams of the 24 dragon snake diagrams, Chen Zong comprehended the Tao meaning of yin and yang in just 3 days. As soon as it appeared, the Tao meaning of yin and yang reached an astonishing peak level. Most cultivators who comprehended Tao meaning would start from a low-level Tao meaning, and then slowly comprehend it to a mid-level, high-level, or even a peak-level Tao meaning. Of course, there were very few people who could transform their Tao meaning from a low-level to a peak-level Tao meaning. Every one of them was either extremely talented, had extraordinary opportunities, or had great determination and perseverance. A small number of cultivators could directly reach the mid-level when they comprehended Tao meaning, and very few could directly reach the high level when they comprehended it. However, it was extremely rare or even non-existent to comprehend a peak-level Tao meaning as soon as they comprehended it. The Tao of yin and yang itself was very unfathomable. The opportunities that Chen Zong had obtained were extremely shocking, and his comprehension ability was extremely high. Under the combination of all these conditions, he had created an extremely profound Tao meaning. Peak-level Tao meaning of yin and yang. Even though it was only the first revolution, it was extremely shocking. Comprehension. Ceaseless comprehension. Only now did Chen Zong know that the 24 dragon snake diagrams had established an extremely solid foundation for him. Comprehending the peak-level Tao meaning of yin and yang in 3 days was the first revolution. Another 5 days passed, and the Tao meaning of yin and yang advanced to the second revolution. 10 days later, the Tao meaning of yin and yang advanced to the third revolution. The third revolution to the fourth revolution was a comparatively great improvement, and the time it took was slightly longer, but it was only a month. Fourth revolution. Fifth revolution. Sixth revolution. Comprehending the profundities of yin and yang within the stone inscriptions was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and it was as if he didn't have any bottleneck. Seventh revolution. Eighth revolution. Ninth revolution. After a period of 1.5 years, Chen Zong had comprehended the Tao meaning of yin and yang to the ninth revolution. Above the ninth revolution was the extreme level. But currently, his foundation in the Tao of yin and yang was only sufficient for him to swiftly advance to the ninth revolution. As for the extreme level, he didn't know how long it would take. Presently, the various Tao meanings that he'd grasped had reached 5 type. Peak Tao meanings, Heart Sword Tao meaning, Yin Yang Tao meaning, Advanced Tao meanings, Heavenly Thunder Tao meaning, Heavenly Fire Tao meaning, Heavenly Wind Tao meaning. Such Tao meanings were considered very shocking. Among them, the Heart Sword Tao meaning had reached the extreme level, and the other 4 Tao meanings were all at the ninth revolution. It wasn't that easy to advance from the ninth revolution to the extreme level. Even if one had many fortuitous encounters and superb comprehension, it wasn't something that could be done just because one wanted to. For the Heart Sword Tao meaning to reach the extreme level, other than fortuitous encounters and comprehension, Chen Zong had also put in a lot of effort and energy. It wasn't easy for the other Tao meanings to reach the extreme level, especially the higher the grade of the Tao meaning, the more difficult it was. Therefore, Chen Zong didn't know when the Tao meaning of yin and yang would reach the extreme level. He tried to use the yin-yang Tao meaning to activate the yin-yang sword realm to replace the heart sword Tao meaning. Instantly, Chen Zong felt a change in the yin-yang sword realm. He felt that it seemed to have lost some of the sharpness that belonged to a sword, but it was more smooth and natural. This change made Chen Zong feel very comfortable when he attacked. It was as if it was supposed to be like this. Chen Zong knew that he was right. As expected, using the yin-yang Tao meaning to execute the yin-yang sword realm was the most correct. Although it was a sword technique's ultimate move, the yin-yang Tao meaning was more suitable than the heart sword Tao meaning. He felt that the yin-yang sword realm that was activated by the 9 revolutions yin-yang Tao meaning might still be inferior to the yin-yang sword realm that was activated by the extreme level sword intent in terms of direct defensive power, but there were no flaws and became truly smooth. This meant that it could continue to be improved. One day, if the yin-yang Tao meaning also reached the extreme level, then the might of the yin-yang sword realm would surpass the level activated by the extreme level sword intent. Presumably, with that kind of might, it would be able to truly resist the burning of the Crimson Dragon's flames. Chen Zong couldn't help but yearn for it. 5 years. It had already been 5 years since he stepped into Bewildering Light Island. His strength had an extremely obvious improvement and was even more powerful. During these 5 years, his Azura clone had always been cultivating and had also made great progress. Not only had his cultivation reached the limit of the 9th level Saint Realm, but his blazing Azura technique had also improved and created the 32nd level. His strength had become even more powerful. Putting aside my clone, my main body's Qi refinement cultivation has surpassed my body refinement cultivation. I should also improve my body refinement cultivation to be on par with Qi refinement cultivation. Only in this way will the condensed Lingwu energy be even stronger, Chen Zong thought to himself. After cultivating in seclusion for 1.5 years, Chen Zong didn't immediately comprehend other things. Instead, he came out of seclusion first. Although the improvement of Tao meaning was very important, his cultivation couldn't fall behind. His future wasn't limited to Bewildering Light Island. Although the Bewildering Light realm was very good. The fog source is to assist in comprehending the profundities of heaven and earth, while the beast source is to assist in body refinement. Chunzong suddenly thought, if I can obtain the fog source, can I use it to assist in comprehending the worldly stone inscriptions? If I obtain the beast source, can I use it to temper my body? If it was possible, it would undoubtedly save him more time and increase his efficiency. Chunzong had never thought about this before, because he was not strong enough. After all, the fog source came from a fog demon, and the strength of a lower-level fog demon was at least 3-star, or even 4-star. Now, the strength of both himself and his doppelganger had clearly increased. If they worked together, Chunzong was confident that he could fight and even kill the 3-star fog demon. Even if he encountered a 4-star fog demon, he was confident that he could survive. In the bewildering light ocean, the bewildering light realm on the bewildering light island was undoubtedly a great opportunity, but the fog devil and so on were actually also a type of opportunity. But a fortuitous encounter like the misty devil sea beasts was different from the confusion realm. It was dangerous, and the slightest bit of carelessness would cause one to die. Thus, under most circumstances, there were very few people that would intentionally hunt the misty devil sea beasts. Chunzong's idea was bold. Of course, it would be best to inform the king of the mountain and see about this. What? The mountain sea king was startled when he heard this. His expression turned grave as he said, "Young friend, I cannot interfere with your decision. However, I suggest that you do not go out to hunt the fog devil for now. If you need the fog source and beast source, I have some stock that I can give to you." Chapter 1685. In the end, Chunzong accepted the goodwill of the mountain and sea king. After all, he had already accepted the hidden dragon pill from the king of the mountain and sea. Therefore, accepting the mountain and sea king's mist essence and beast essences wasn't a big deal at all. Chunzong would never forget such kindness. In the future, when he passed the 8th level, he would see if he could take more people with him. The Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, had saved his life. The Mountain and Sea King had given him treasures, and the Tiangong Elder had given him his legacy. If he could repay them, he would. Even if he couldn't, he would do his best to create opportunities. However, the Mountain and Sea King did not have many fog and beast origins. After all, the Mountain and Sea King had passed the 7th level, and had the right to challenge the bewildering light realm at any time. The fog and beast origins were several times larger than the fog crystals. The fog was pure gray, and seemed to be filled with endless fog. The beast origins were red, and seemed to be filled with blood chi. One for enlightenment and the other for body refinement. There were more fog sources, 5 of them. 4 of them were low-grade fog sources, 1 was mid-grade fog sources, and there were only 2 beast sources, both of which were low-grade. The Mountain and Sea King's battle prowess was 7 stars, so low-grade and mid-grade fog sources were useless to him unless they were high-grade. As for the beast origins, the Mountain and Sea King had used them before, and his blood chi was shockingly strong. However, he did not have a good body refinement technique, so low-grade beast origins were useless to him unless they were mid-grade. Chunzong used low-grade beast origins to refine his body. The method was to draw out the blood chi from the beast origins, merge it with his body, and refine it. Without a body refinement technique, it would take a long time. However, the better the technique, the shorter the time it would take. Chunzong's non-quenching jade art was a top-grade Saint-class body refinement technique, and his mastery of it had reached the level of perfection. Therefore, he was able to quickly refine the blood chi from the beast origins. Beast origins were obtained from the bodies of sea beasts, and they were condensed from the blood essence of sea beasts. They were incomparably majestic and pure, and they weren't violent at all. They were most suitable for refining and absorbing. They could be said to be supreme treasures for body refinement, especially for chaotic heaven realm cultivators. As soon as he guided the blood qi from the beast source into his body, Chen Zong immediately felt that it was astonishingly vigorous and pure. However, it was not violent and was easy to refine. After refining it, Chen Zong felt that his body refining cultivation was improving little by little. It was more than 10 times faster than usual. However, he didn't know to what extent these two low-grade beast sources could raise his body refinement cultivation. In just a few days, Chen Zong had successfully refined 2 low-grade beast sources, and his body refinement cultivation had also improved significantly. Early stage of the 9th level of the Chaos Heaven Realm. Furthermore, it had completely stabilized. If he still had beast source, he could directly break through to the middle stage. Unfortunately, there were only 2 beast origins. If he wanted to obtain a beast origin, it would be even more difficult than obtaining a fog origin. That was because the sea beasts in the bewildering light sea were even more terrifying. For a certain period of time, Chen Zong wouldn't be able to obtain any more beast origins. However, if he cultivated the supreme Lingwu technique with the strength of the early stage of the 9th level Chaotic Heaven Realm and the cultivation of the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, the Lingwu power condensed would be even more powerful. After the Lingwu power was condensed again, Chen Zong attempted to use the fog origin to assist him in comprehending the worldly stone inscription. This time, he was comprehending the heavenly thunder flame stone inscription. The mystery of the heavenly thunder flame stone inscription lay in the power of thunder. As for the power of fire, it was born from thunder. This worldly stone inscription could not only help him comprehend the mystery of thunder, but also the mystery of fire. This was the reason why Chen Zong chose it. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, covering the entire firmament, turning into a curtain of lightning that covered the sky and covered the earth. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky one after another. Each bolt of lightning carried with it a terrifying power, shattering everything below it, destroying everything. Violent to the extreme, bolts of lightning continued to strike down. Gradually, flames began to burn on the ground. They slowly spread out from the flames and became vigorous. Finally, they turned into a monstrous fire that burned fiercely. Lightning and raging fire coexisted, engulfing heaven and earth and covering all directions. Chen Zong's consciousness shuttled back and forth as he constantly felt the aura fluctuations within. With his current foundation, it was not easy to comprehend the heavenly thunder Tao will to the extreme. However, no matter how much he could improve, it was still a good thing. Chen Zong also discovered that with the assistance of the fog source energy, he was able to comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth stone carvings much more clearly, and the effects were also much better. Unknowingly, Chen Zong was completely immersed in the mystery of the heavenly thunder flame stone inscription. He was unaware of the passage of time. When Chen Zong woke up, it was already half a month later. The power of the low-grade fog origin had long been exhausted. Chen Zong had used a second one. Now, the power of the second low-grade fog origin had also been exhausted. However, the harvest was very gratifying. Chen Zong's eyes seemed to have traces of lightning spreading and leaping. The cave dwelling was too small and did not have enough space to perform. Chen Zong came out of seclusion and came to the back of the cave dwelling. Stand still. Concentrate. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the peak. Countless mysteries of lightning flashed through his mind. Chen Zong suddenly took a step forward. That step was in the air. Lightning appeared under his foot out of nowhere and completely enveloped the sole of his foot. Second step. The lightning became more powerful and dazzling, quickly spreading to his calf. Third step. The lightning became more and more intense. Fourth step. Chen Zong took step after step. With every step, his body would move forward at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, his explosive speed became faster and faster. Thunder step 9 levels. This was a secret footwork technique that Chen Zong created himself. It was currently at the 9th grade. 8th step. 9th step. When Chen Zong took the 9th step, his whole body was completely enveloped by lightning, as if he had been swallowed up. His body stopped in the air. The lightning around him was constantly increasing, becoming more and more intense and shocking. Immediately, Chen Zong took another step. This step was the 10th step. This step was the boundary, the step to break the boundary. Thunder Step 9 levels was a 9th grade secret technique. 10 steps surpassed the 9th grade secret technique. It was a 10th grade, secondary divine power. The moment he took the 10th step, the extremely powerful lightning quickly shrunk and entered his body. There was not a trace of it. That step also seemed to have received a great boost as he took it in an instant. Boom! The extremely shocking momentum resounded through heaven and earth, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chen Zong's body completely disappeared. Only a bolt of lightning bloomed with dazzling light, breaking through the air at an astonishing speed. Fast. For example, the speed of the 9th step was twice as fast. 10th step. This was the level beyond Thunder Step 9 levels. It was a secret technique that Chen Zong created after consuming 2 pieces of low-grade fog source to comprehend the mystery of the stone engraving of heavenly thunder. 10th grade. Secondary divine power. Step by step, Chen Zong kept taking steps forward. The speed that burst out in an instant was extremely shocking. It was no longer appropriate to call it Thunder Step 9 levels because it was completely beyond. Chen Zong instantly gave it a new name. Thunderlight Escape. As soon as he thought of it, he instantly escaped into the void like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, the Thunderlight Escape had reached perfection in a short period of time. This was because Chen Zong had created it himself with a strong foundation, and it was different from cultivating the inheritance left behind by others. After all, there was a difference between his own and others. In the void, Chen Zong sometimes turned into a bolt of lightning and sometimes turned into a gust of wind. The Thunderlight Escape and the formless heavenly wind were used alternately. After a series of tests, Chen Zong found that although the Thunderlight Escape and the formless heavenly wind were both secondary divine powers, there was an obvious difference. The Thunderlight Escape belonged to the footwork category, while the formless heavenly wind belonged to the footwork category. The Thunderlight Escape belonged to the secondary divine powers that burst out in an instant, while the formless heavenly wind was different. It belonged to the secondary divine powers that burst out continuously. In an instant, the Thunderlight Escape's speed was twice as fast as the formless heavenly wind. It was obviously faster, but the distance was limited. When the formless heavenly wind was used, it could keep moving forward, and the distance was very long. Relatively speaking, the Thunderlight Escape was more suitable for an instant burst for battle, while the formless heavenly wind was more suitable for hurrying. Each had its own strength. However, it was not absolute. The Thunderlight Escape belonged to the type with a great momentum, while the formless heavenly wind belonged to the type with a subtle aura. With a great momentum, it could certainly surprise and intimidate the opponent, but it would also alert the opponent. With a subtle aura, it could not intimidate the opponent with a great momentum, but it could be more hidden, making it difficult to guard against. In battle, it was more difficult to deal with the combination of the two techniques. Chen Zong understood this principle well. If he didn't change, it would be easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity. Next, Chen Zong decided to take out 2 low-grade mist sources to comprehend the blazing fire and gale stone inscriptions. The profundities contained within the stone inscriptions were closely related to wind and fire, and Chen Zong had also grasped the Tao insights of wind and fire, so it was the most suitable for him. 4 stone inscriptions. Chen Zong's choice just happened to be suitable for him. This time, Chen Zong didn't know what profundities he comprehended from the blazing fire and gale stone inscriptions, but it was fine as long as he was able to comprehend the profundities. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong went into closed-door cultivation once more. The blazing fire ceaselessly spread out and covered the surroundings. The ground, swamps, and mountains were all burning under the blazing fire. The gale blew over, but not only did it not extinguish the blazing fire, it instead made the fire become more and more vigorous, as if the wind was adding fuel to the fire. The blazing fire was exuberant to the extreme, layer by layer. The flames became more and more vigorous, and the wind seemed to have obtained assistance because of this, becoming more and more violent. Wind helps the fire. Fire helps the wind. Wind and fire coexist, advancing and strengthening together. Chen Zong, who had already successfully fused the Tao insights of wind and fire, became more and more clear as he comprehended. The wind was like sword qi that moved freely between heaven and earth, and the fire was like sword light that swept out in all directions, vast and boundless. Sword, sword, sword. No matter if it was the spreading of the fire or the sweeping of the wind, they all transformed into swords under Chen Zong's comprehension. It was as if the sword qi, sword light, and sword light had transformed into sword moves that were everywhere. The sword moves were abnormally profound and incomparably shocking. There was an indescribable profundity to them. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time continued to pass, and Chen Zong's comprehension became clearer and clearer. On the 15th day, the energy contained within the 2 low-grade mist sources was completely exhausted. Chen Zong's comprehension had also reached the final stage and couldn't be interrupted. Chapter 1686. The power contained in a mid-grade fog source was several times that of a low-grade fog source. Not only could he comprehend it for a longer time, but the effect was also more than twice as obvious. Chen Zong used this mid-grade fog source to comprehend the mysteries of the first worldly stone inscription. Even though he had comprehended the yin-yang Tao will and raised it to the 9th revolution, as well as comprehending the wind, fire, and thunder Tao will, and improved further, it actually didn't increase his overall strength by much. It only made him more well-rounded. With this, it was simply impossible to pass through the 8th level. Those 5 fog sources could also be used to comprehend the first worldly stone inscription, but Chen Zong was also very clear about one thing. Even so, it still wouldn't allow him to break through again. Therefore, it was better to use them to comprehend the mysteries of the other stone inscriptions and improve himself more comprehensively. In the end, everything he learned wasn't just for the bewildering light realm, but for the great Tao. The great Tao was perfect. Every aspect was very important to him. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. Accumulate, then comprehend and erupt. When the mid-grade fog source's power was completely exhausted, Chen Zong comprehended a little more of the mysteries of the first worldly stone inscription. The 31st level of the Genesis sword technique was even more perfect and truly stabilized. With my current cultivation, if I want to defeat that Crimson Dragon, I either have to raise the Genesis sword technique to the 32nd level or break through to the 2nd level of the Pinnacle realm. Chen Zong thought to himself. He had a very clear understanding of himself. This was the conclusion he had obtained after many failures. He was very certain. After breaking through to the 30th level, the advancement of every level needed to be self-created. It was incomparably compatible with one's body. Moreover, the higher the level, the stronger and more terrifying the power. Therefore, the advancement of the 32nd level was absolutely much greater than that of the 31st level. Similarly, the difficulty of self-creation of the 32nd level was much greater than that of the 31st level. Only now did Chen Zong understand how astonishing the Azura clone was. It had actually deduced the infernal Azura technique to the 32nd level and mastered it by itself. On the other hand, the main body had obtained various opportunities to create the 31st level and only now had it stabilized. This was a kind of innate difference. It could not be helped. Chen Xiu had absorbed a large amount of pure evil spirit with the secret of the thousand-form Azura. He was known as the innate evil spirit. This was a very rare innate Taoism aptitude, at least in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Those with born Taoism aptitude were like the favored children of heaven and earth. Once they cultivated martial arts techniques related to their physique, their progress would make others jealous. If his actual body was able to create the 32nd level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, his strength would increase significantly. At that time, he should be able to fight with the Crimson Dragon, or even defeat it and pass through the 8th level. Or perhaps, he could comprehend the 2nd level of the Lamita realm. The King of the Mountains and Seas and Chen Zong had said that the Supreme Realm was just a general term. Strictly speaking, it was divided into 3 realms. The first level was called the Extreme Realm, which was the level that Chen Zong had reached now. However, Chen Zong had just grasped it, so he still needed to practice it and make it more profound. The second stage was called Extreme Brilliance. The third stage was called the Brilliance of Extremity. It was extremely difficult to improve each level. It was much more difficult than creating a cultivation technique. However, if one improved, the increase in strength would be extremely shocking. It was said that if one wanted to become a supreme saint, one must first improve the will of extremity to the extreme of the 3rd level. Only then would one be qualified to shine with endless brilliance. The King of the Mountains and Seas had been cultivating for thousands of years, but he had only comprehended the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. He had not reached the peak. Whether it was the 32nd level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, or the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, both were too difficult. However, Chen Zong was confident that he could do it. The only thing he lacked was time. The secret of the first worldly stone inscription could shorten this time. If there was a large amount of fog to help him comprehend, the time could be shortened again. Therefore, the fog was very important. When all the fog was used up, Chen Zong still planned to go outside Bewildering Light Island to hunt for fog demons. Firstly, it was for the fog, and secondly, he could take the opportunity to train himself. Just meditating and comprehending wasn't enough. Fighting was also an excellent way to stimulate one's potential. The right way was to combine movement and stillness. The King of the Mountains and Seas pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll go with you." "That's too much trouble." Chen Zong was a little surprised, but he was immediately grateful. The King of the Mountains and Seas said that to give him another layer of protection. After all, he was an elite 7-star expert. In the bewildering light ocean, he could even fight against a high-rank fog demon. As for the fog demons, there were more low-rank fog demons, fewer middle-rank fog demons, and even fewer high-rank fog demons. As for the terrifying fog demon king, the King of the Mountains and Seas had only heard of it, but had never seen it. With the King of the Mountains and Seas accompanying him, he could not expose his Shura doppelganger. He could only fight with his true body, but it was also an additional layer of protection. The two of them immediately set off for the bewildering light ocean. The King of the Mountains and Seas cave abode was originally located at the edge of Bewildering Light Island. When they rushed out of the island and entered the bewildering light ocean, they felt as if they had suddenly fallen from clear water into muddy water. It was somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Zong quickly spread out his divine sense and finally fixed it at a radius of 2,000 meters. Previously, it was 1,000 meters, and the recovery rate barely matched the consumption rate. In recent years, as his cultivation base improved, so did his divine sense. The spirit control technique was also constantly used to temper his divine sense. Although the improvement was not great, it was still something. 2,000 meters was just the limit of the recovery rate that could barely keep up with the consumption rate. Other than protecting Chen Zong, the King of the Mountains and Seas did not intend to interfere with anything else. He also hoped that Chen Zong could improve further. Fighting the fog demons was not a bad idea. Chernzong did not plan to leave Bewildering Light Island immediately. He planned to go deeper in step by step. Those who entered Bewildering Light Island, as long as they had the qualifications to live on Bewildering Light Island, once they left Bewildering Light Island, they would not get lost. Their souls would have a connection with Bewildering Light Island. Although this connection would gradually weaken with the distance, it would always exist. Therefore, cultivators dared to leave Bewildering Light Island and enter the Bewildering Light Ocean to kill the fog demons and obtain the fog essence. Otherwise, once they left, they would not be able to find Bewildering Light Island. Wouldn't that be suicide? Not long after, Chernzong's divine sense sensed a tyrannical and ferocious aura. It was the fog demon. In his senses, the fog demon was very strong, but it did not give him a strong sense of danger. Inferior fog demon. A smile appeared on Chernzong's face. He sped up and attacked the inferior fog demon like a gust of wind. The sunken night sword was unsheathed. A pitch-black sword light tore through the void and directly attacked the inferior fog demon. The king of the mountains and seas was surprised. Chernzong had found the fog demon earlier than him. It was unbelievable. The battle began. The fog demon was extremely ferocious and cruel. Its sharp claws tore through the air, tearing apart the fog in dazzling light. Each attack seemed to want to tear Chernzong to pieces. Chernzong's figure was like the wind, and his aura was subtle. He avoided the fog demon's sharp claws and attacked with the sunken night sword. Under the extreme sword intent, the sharpness of each sword was extremely shocking. It also had the ability to oppress the mind, causing a certain impact on the fog demon. At times, it was like a violent thunderbolt. At other times, it was like an ethereal wind. The alternating use of the two divine abilities made Chernzong's figure more and more unpredictable. After the battle, Chernzong also found out that the fog demon's strength was equivalent to a 3-star battle strength. Moreover, it was an ordinary 3-star battle strength, not even an elite. It could fight. It could be killed. When he fought against the black demon god in the 7th realm of the Bewildering Light realm, his body-refining cultivation was restricted. He could only rely on his chi cultivation. Now, his body-refining cultivation was still there. Although he was fighting with his chi cultivation, his tyrannical physique also brought him great benefit. Even if he was at a disadvantage when facing the fog demon's sharp claws, it was not a hindrance. Sword chi and sharp claws spread in all directions. After the fierce battle, Chernzong also discovered that his cultivation during this period of time had improved his overall strength. Even if his battle strength was not at the 3-star level, it was not impossible for him to fight against an ordinary 3-star battle strength. After all, his body-refining cultivation had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm, and he also had the unbreakable golden body. Coupled with the yin-yang sword realm activated by the yin-yang Dao will, his defensive power was extremely shocking. It was enough to barely resist the fog demon's attack. If his body-refining cultivation was still there when he challenged the 8th realm, there might be hope for him to pass. Then, I'll use you to test my new unique skill. Chernzong used the unbreakable golden body and the yin-yang sword realm to block the fog demon's violent attack. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light. Immediately, a mighty aura of the heavenly wind filled his body, and it turned into a gust of wind that whistled out. He swung his sword. In an instant, Chernzong's figure and the sunken night sword seemed to have turned into a gust of wind that whistled out. The sword was as swift as the wind. The first move, swift wind. The gust of sword chi instantly attacked the fog demon. The moment it hit the fog demon's body, it was like an invisible rope that instantly wrapped around the fog demon's body. When the second move was launched, the chi suddenly became blazing and violent like fire. The second move, scorching flame. The sword chi was extremely hot, and the compressed power seemed to explode in an instant. It was blazing and shocking, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything as it directly bombarded the fog demon's body. The fog demon happened to be wrapped around by the wind-like sword chi. Just a moment was enough. The scorching flame's sword was so powerful that it caused the fog demon's body to suddenly tremble. It flew back in the air, and its body trembled incessantly. In fact, these two moves did not cause much damage to the fog demon. It was just a prelude that disrupted the fog demon's rhythm and made it difficult for it to react in an instant. It was for the final killing move. The third move, wind and fire strike the sky. The sunken knight's sword returned to its scabbard in an instant. Chenzong stood in the void and lowered his body. Extremely powerful heavenly wind Dao will and heavenly fire Dao will circled around his body. Green and red intertwined and finally poured into the scabbard and condensed on the sword. An extremely powerful and terrifying power was brewing, condensing, and erupting in the scabbard. Not far away, the mountain and sea king stared with a slightly solemn expression. He acutely felt that there was a terrifying power gathering in Chenzong's scabbard. It was like a volcano accumulating magma. Once it erupted, the power would be astonishing. Boom! Chenzong's left foot suddenly stepped forward, and his body rushed forward. The sunken knight's sword carried a tremendous force, and it transformed into a power that fused wind and fire. It was like the magma of an ancient volcano erupting, and it instantly gushed out of the scabbard. This move was earth-shattering. Chapter 1687. That sword and that light were like the eruption of magma from an ancient volcano, extremely dense and peerlessly powerful as they shattered the heavens and the earth. This sword strike didn't just contain the eruption of the Lingwu energy, it also contained the strength of the blood lightning explosion, and it was directly raised to the limit. This sword strike blasted mercilessly onto the mist devil. Bang! The energy of wind and fire intertwined and raged on the mist devil's body, and the mist on the mist devil's body swept out layer by layer like waves, yet it was unable to eliminate the terrifying strength of that sword strike no matter what. The strands of heavenly wind and heavenly fire that had invaded the mist devil's body were instantly drawn out as well, and they erupted successively as they wantonly destroyed the mist devil's body. Numerous sounds of explosions resounded out without end, and it exploded to the point the mist devil's body violently trembled as countless strands of mist leaked out, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. Chenzong didn't pursue and attack, and he instead stared fixedly at every single change in the mist devil. Wind-fire triswords. This move was an ultimate move that he'd comprehended after consuming 2 low-grade mist sources from comprehending the profundities of the Blazing Tempest stone inscriptions. It was an ultimate move that was activated with the Heavenly Wind Dao Insight and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, and it was an ultimate move that was close to the limit. The Heavenly Wind Dao Insight and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight were both high-grade Dao Insights that couldn't compare to top-grade Dao Insights, but the might of the fusion of 2 high-grade Dao Insights had increased explosively, and it wasn't inferior to most top-grade Dao Insight. Thus, after he comprehended it, Chenzong knew that the pure might of the final move of the Wind Flame Tri-Apex sword technique, Wind Flame Strike the Heavens, was already on par with the heaven and earth split before the Heart Sword Dao Insight attained the extreme realm. If the first and second moves were executed at the same time and struck the target, then under the overlapping and ceaseless eruption of might, the destruction caused in the end wouldn't be inferior to the line of heaven and earth in the slightest. Now it would seem that it was indeed so. Just this sword strike had directly crippled the low-grade mist devil, and although it hadn't died, its aura had declined severely. Lingwu energy. Blood lightning explosion. Line of heaven and earth. The tip of the sword was world-shocking as a sword light that was like a hair instantly struck out. The heavens and the earth dimmed. Unlike the wind-fire triswords, this sword strike directly slashed the mist devil's broken body into 2. the misty demon turned into mist and quickly dissipated, leaving only a piece of mist source behind. It was swept up by Chen Zong's sword qi and stored into his storage ring. Chen Zong made a brief summary of this battle. The might of the Wind-Fire Tridemi's sword was not inferior to the line of heaven and earth. In fact, in terms of sustained destructive power, it was even superior. But these two moves were different. The line of heaven and earth was a direct attack. Just this sword attack was meant to cut you in half and kill you. The direct lethality of the wind and fire triple sword technique was not as good as the line of heaven and earth, but it was superior in its continuous destructive power. Furthermore, it worked from the inside to the outside and gradually increased in power until it finally killed the target. One was the might of sword insight, the other was the might of wind-fire Dao insight, and their destructive forces were completely different. However, the three moves of the wind-fire triple swords had to hit the same target in order for the final destructive power to be slightly stronger than the line of heaven and earth. The first move, Swift Wind, used extremely fast sword qi to strike the target first. The Heavenly Wind sword qi attacked first, and its purpose was not to inflict damage. Instead, it transformed into a gust of wind and bound the target's body, making it difficult for the target to move. Even if the target could move, it would reduce the target's speed and reaction time. The second move, Ardent Flame, used the Heavenly Fire Sword Qi to bombard the target. The damage was only secondary. Its true purpose was to further restrict the target. However, it was not to bind the target. Instead, it was to attack. The violent force spread throughout the target's body, causing the target's body to tremble and its power to become unstable. It was difficult for the target to completely condense the Heavenly Fire Sword Qi, and the Heavenly Fire Sword Qi also seeped into the target's body. The third move, Heavenly Wind and Fire Sword Qi, was the ultimate move. The fusion power of the Heavenly Wind and Heavenly Fire Dao insight, as well as the other powers of the user, was constantly being refined and gathered in the scabbard. At the final moment, when it was at its peak, it erupted like a volcano, instantly releasing the most violent and tyrannical power. This sword attack directly attacked the target that had been bound by the first and second moves, instantly causing destruction. Moreover, it triggered the Heavenly Wind and Heavenly Fire Sword Qi that had seeped into the target's body. Layer upon layer of explosions, aggravating the damage. Wonderful! The Mountain and Sea King secretly clapped his hands and praised. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see the subtlety of Chen Zong's ultimate move. However, he could also see that there was still a lot of room for improvement. The drawback of that ultimate move was actually very obvious. If the target broke free from the first or second move, the power of the third move would be reduced. Chen Zong continued to hunt for the fog demons. When Chen Zong unleashed all his power, he could kill the 3-star fog demons. The Supreme Lingwu technique was indeed amazing. Once it was unleashed, it directly raised Chen Zong's basic strength to a whole new level. The power of the Blood Thunder explosion was also quite impressive. The Thunder Light Shield and the Heavenly Wind formless body art alternated between being extremely agile. With a sword in hand, he vividly displayed the profundity of the sword technique. If he encountered a 4-star fog demon, Chen Zong would use all his strength to fight. However, in the end, he would inevitably be defeated. When he was defeated, the Mountain and Sea King would naturally kill it, and the fog essence would belong to Chen Zong. Although he couldn't use the power of the Azura doppelganger, it felt good to have a powerhouse accompanying him. At least he could fight without worry. 1 low-grade fog essence. 2 low-grade fog essences. 3 low-grade fog essences. The number of fog essences in the storage ring was constantly increasing. Every battle was a matter of walking the fine line between life and death. Even with the Mountain and Sea King accompanying him, Chen Zong didn't think he could rely on him. Of course, Chernzong wasn't going to rely on the Mountain and Sea King's strength to seek out the Mist Devil. A middle-grade fog demon's battle strength was at least 5-star. It was not something he could fight against right now. When Chernzong obtained the 12 fog essences, he returned to Bewildering Light Island with the Mountain and Sea King and went into seclusion to comprehend the mystery of the first stone inscription of heaven and earth. Of the 12 fog essences, 11 were low-grade fog essences, and 1 was middle-grade fog essences. Naturally, they were obtained by the Mountain and Sea King. However, he didn't know how much of the first stone inscription of heaven and earth he would be able to comprehend after these fog essences were used up. That stone inscription of heaven and earth was related to the mysteries of the origin sword technique and sword Tao. As long as he could comprehend it more deeply, his strength would increase. The Mountain and Sea King had high hopes for Chernzong, even if there was only a slight chance that he could leave. After the 12 fog essences were used up, Chernzong came out of seclusion and entered the bewildering light ocean to hunt fog demons again. The Mountain and Sea King was still following him. Wind and Fire triple slash. One ultimate move instantly killed the 3-star fog demon. There was no need for a second move. Although the origin sword technique was still at the 31st level, and his Tao intent hadn't broken through the limit, it was still much stronger. After obtaining the fog essences, he returned to Bewildering Light Island and went into seclusion to comprehend. And so on. Chernzong didn't challenge the Bewildering Light realm again. Instead, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Chernzong had been on the Bewildering Light Island for more than 10 years. He had passed the protective period of the island's power. The Blood Killer King also came out of seclusion. His blood-red light filled the sky and rolled in all directions. Half of the world was dyed red, and his aura was extremely shocking. Blood Killer King, what are you doing here? The Mountain and Sea King stared at the blood-red figure standing in the air, and asked in a deep voice. Mountain and Sea King, I have a grudge with that junior. Don't interfere. The Blood Killer King's voice was filled with killing intent. He was also afraid of the Mountain and Sea King. Although he had cultivated that secondary divine ability to perfection, he still wasn't confident that he could defeat the Mountain and Sea King. Get lost. The Mountain and Sea King didn't hold back. His aura was earth-shattering. The aura of the mountains and seas instantly erupted, condensing into a phantom of mountains and seas. It crushed the Blood Killer King's blood-red aura as if it was going to shatter it. Mountain and Sea King, I respect you as a senior. Don't be too. The Blood Killer King's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. The Mountain and Sea King took a step forward, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. The mountains rumbled, and a tsunami seemed to roll behind him. It was earth-shattering, and the Blood Killer King's blood-red cloud was instantly dispersed. Anger. Killing intent. Chernzong was related to whether or not he could leave the Bewildering Light Ocean. This was a matter of great importance, and the Blood Killer King wanted to kill him. Sensing the killing intent of the Mountain and Sea King, the Blood Killer King's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. The Mountain and Sea King's temper was relatively good. Because of this, the Blood Killer King dared to come over and ask for Chernzong. Who knew that the Mountain and Sea King would have such a reaction? The Blood Killer King's expression was gloomy. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. This little ant can pass the 7th level. His potential is amazing. If this continues, he might catch up with me one day or even surpass me. At that time, it won't be me who kills him, but him who kills me. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that Chernzong hadn't really grown up yet to kill him. As for the toys, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, with the Mountain and Sea King watching from the side, he had no chance to make a move. Waiting. The Blood Killer King was waiting for an opportunity. He believed that as long as he had enough patience, he would definitely be able to seize the opportunity. After all, the Blood Killer King was an assassin. In the past, he had lurked for a very long time in order to carry out missions. His patience was amazing. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Chunzong came out of seclusion. This time, he had been in seclusion for a very long time. He had been in seclusion for several years, but his improvement was very obvious. Seeing Chunzong come out of seclusion, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. There seemed to be a faint sword chi around him, but it seemed to be completely restrained and difficult to detect. The Mountain and Sea King suddenly revealed a smile. He could feel that Chunzong, who had been in seclusion for a few years, was somewhat different from a few years ago. It seemed to be a kind of sublimation. Although he didn't know how big the change was, at least he was sure of one thing. At this moment, Chunzong's strength was definitely stronger than a few years ago. The Mountain and Sea King stared at him eagerly and hurriedly asked, "Young friend, how is it?" A few years ago, Chunzong often entered the bewildering light sea to hunt fog demons and obtain fog essence. In total, he obtained dozens of low-level fog essence and several middle-level fog essence. He used all of them to comprehend the mystery of the heaven and earth stone inscriptions in seclusion. "I'm somewhat confident." Chunzong smiled slightly. "Let's go." The Mountain and Sea King's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the best news he had heard in thousands of years. After many contacts, the Mountain and Sea King knew that Chunzong was not a person who would speak carelessly. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say much. In other words, this time it was very likely that they could pass. Chapter 1688. In the cave mansion, the Blood Kill King watched as two figures quickly flew past and headed straight to the center of Bewildering Light Island. His expression was uncertain. He recognized the two figures. The Mountain Sea King. The other person was the little ant Chunzong that he wanted to get rid of. But now, the Mountain Sea King was following him, and he couldn't find a chance to make a move. With a thought, the Blood Killer King moved and followed after Yishiwen. He didn't believe that the Mountain Sea King could be on guard all the time. As long as there was a slight opening, he would go all out and kill him. As for the Mountain Sea King, even if he wanted to deal with him, he was confident that he could withstand a blow and escape. At most, he would hide in the bewildering light ocean for a while. Having made up his mind, the Blood Kill King concealed his aura and quietly followed. He was proficient in assassination. Neither Chunzong nor the King of the Mountain and Sea had noticed King Bloodkiller's presence. However, with the Mountain Sea King by his side, the Blood Kill King didn't make a move because he didn't seize the opportunity. Patience. He was like a viper lurking, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Chunzong landed on the altar without hesitation, stepped into the portal of the bewildering light realm, and disappeared. The Mountain Sea King stood next to the altar and waited, while the Blood Kill King lurked in the distance. No one noticed him. He used to be a top assassin, so he was extremely good at the Tao of concealment. Chunzong could directly challenge the Eighth Realm, but he didn't. He planned to use the Black Demon God to hone himself, or rather, to warm up. After a few years, Chunzong's chi cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm. The Black Demon God's strength should have also become stronger. Using the Black Demon God as a warm-up was probably unprecedented. Even the Myriad Star King, who had broken through the 8th realm 10,000 years ago, had never done so. The Black Demon God exuded an astonishing aura as he rushed over. His fist carried an incomparably terrifying pressure, as though it was going to explode the void. However, this tyrannical punch was nothing to the current Chunzong. Chunzong stood motionless, waiting for the Black Demon God's punch to arrive. Then, he drew his sword and slashed out, his body leaning forward. Chop! He didn't explode with the power of the Lingwu. This sword was only driven by the will of the heart sword of the pinnacle, but it instantly released a shocking power. Under this sword, there was nothing it could not destroy, and nothing could block it. The extremely powerful punch of the black demon god was instantly torn apart and cleaved apart like a hot knife through butter. The tyrannical punch found it difficult to withstand and was immediately cut in half. Fury! The injured black demon god instantly went berserk. The fist that had been sliced in half was suffused with a shocking black demonic flame. It crazily blasted out without end, destroying mountains and destroying peaks. Chen Zong directly displayed the yin-yang sword realm with his sword. The black and white mixed elements circled around freely. Without the power of the Lingwu, the pure yin-yang sword realm was able to completely withstand the two fists of the berserk black demon god. Under the Tao inside of yin and yang, it revolved freely, and it no longer had its previous flaws. In his berserk state, the black demon god's strength was still at the elite 2-star level, and had yet to reach the true 3-star level. To be able to withstand the attack without the power of the Lingwu, compared to before, it was obvious that Chen Zong's strength had improved a lot. Warm up. This was really just a warm-up. Chop. Without waiting for the black demon god's attack to weaken, Chen Zong immediately counterattacked. Heaven and earth aligned. Similarly, he did not use the power of the Lingwu or the blood thunder explosion secret technique, but only drove them with the will of the pinnacle. After a few years of comprehension, Chen Zong was still unable to create the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Yuan technique. However, he had already reached the limit of the 31st level. Once he broke through, he would be at the 32nd level. All he lacked was an opportunity. As for the will of the heart sword, he had also not broken through to the second level of the pinnacle realm. That was even more difficult, but the first level of the pinnacle realm had great potential to be unearthed. A few years ago, Chen Zong had just broken through to the first level of the pinnacle realm. A few years later, with the help of the power of the fog source, he had continuously comprehended the worldly stone inscriptions and improved a lot. Although he was still at the first level of the pinnacle realm, his power had increased by a lot. With such power, the line of heaven and earth was naturally more powerful. With one strike, he had cut off the black demon god's arm and left a long sword mark on his chest. With the second strike, he had cut the black demon god into two. The black demon god's body was directly split in two, and he could no longer fight back. So easy. However, it was indeed a warm-up in preparation for the life and death battle in the 8th realm. The chaos reappeared and reopened, and Chen Zong appeared in a lava valley. In the cracks of the ground beneath his feet, blazing red lava flowed. It was extremely shocking. A 1,000-foot volcano towered in front of him, releasing an extremely shocking power. Lava constantly spewed out, and a huge dragon head also appeared. The red dragon. As if it had sensed that Chen Zong's strength was stronger than before, the red dragon directly appeared and shot hundreds of meters of lava into the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Roar. The roar seemed to shatter the heavens. Immediately, a ball of red dragon fire spewed out from the sky, pouring down like a torrent of the sea, smashing and burning everything. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, he nimbly avoided the attack of the red dragon fire. This time, Chen Zong had come to have a life and death battle with the red dragon. Or rather, this time, Chen Zong had come to slay a dragon. If he wanted to slay a dragon, he naturally would not take the attack of the red dragon fire head-on like before. Previously, he had just wanted to test the gap between himself and the red dragon. After avoiding the red dragon fire, Chen Zong turned into a bolt of lightning, his momentum so vast that it shook the heavens and the earth. Thunder light escape. His speed increased explosively, and he slashed his sword at the red dragon. Compared to the red dragon's body of 2 to 3,000 meters, Chernzong was extremely small. In front of the red dragon, Chernzong was no different from a small ant. However, the sword that streaked across the sky burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. It was so powerful that it seemed invincible, making the red dragon feel threatened. The battle with the red dragon was different from the battle with the black demon god. The battle with the black demon god was just a warm-up, and there was no need for him to use his full strength. However, the red dragon was even more powerful. It had the combat strength of a 3-star elite. Chernzong had to use the power of Lingwu and the power of the blood thunder explosion. After a few years of seclusion, Chernzong's improvement could not be said to be small. However, in this place, he was still limited. Without a strong body refining cultivation base, the unbreakable golden body was also sealed, and his ability to protect his life was greatly reduced. This battle was very difficult. When the King of Mountains and Sea asked Chernzong if he was confident, Chernzong said a little. A little meant that he was not very confident, but he could try. If he could win, it would be a good thing. If he could not, he could only continue to train here until he could break through. No matter what, he had to go all out in this battle. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to grab it. Fight. The crimson dragon stretched out its claws. Its huge claws swept through the air, casting a shadow that seemed to blot out the sky and the sun. It was as if it had transformed into a world that came crashing down. An extremely shocking pressure descended from all directions, wanting to suppress Chernzong directly. The terrifying blazing power contained in the claws seemed to have turned into a furnace that could melt everything. Chernzong's body suddenly tensed up, and he felt as if he had entered a huge furnace and was about to be refined. The red dragon's body was more than 2,000 meters long, and its claws were huge even for Chernzong. As it fell from the sky, a terrifying pressure pressed down, seemingly making it impossible for Chernzong to dodge. In an instant, the lightning disappeared, and Chernzong shuttled out from between the claws like a gust of wind. He continued to attack the red dragon, aiming at its huge eye. Relatively speaking, the eye was the weakest point. Roar! The red dragon was furious, and a ball of blazing flame suddenly blasted out, shattering everything. Heaven and earth aligned. This time, Chernzong did not dodge. He slashed out with his sword, and darkness fell. Immediately, endless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance covered the sky and earth, and gathered on the sunken knight's sword as if thousands of swords had returned to their master. They turned into an extremely condensed and dazzling sword radiance and shot out. The sword seemed to have split open the void, and also split open the violent and blazing scarlet dragon flames. Thunder escape. Chernzong's speed increased rapidly along the split gap. Kill. This sword mercilessly stabbed at the red dragon's left eye, and the red dragon closed its eye in an instant. The sunken knight's sword stabbed directly at the red dragon's eyelid, and it felt an amazing resistance. It was extremely tough, and it directly resisted the sword. However, the power of Chernzong's sword was not to be underestimated. The amazing sharpness still pierced the eyelid, and the amazing sword chi pierced through the eyelid and into the eye. Severe pain. To the powerful red dragon, the eye was also its weak point. Although it was not directly hit, it was still very uncomfortable to be hit by the sword chi. The severe pain made the red dragon's huge body dance in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its huge tail swung wildly, as if it was shattering the void and stirring up thousands of hurricanes, roaring and destroying everything. Chernzong's entire body seemed to sway unsteadily in the wind. He was like a flickering candle in the wind, or like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be extinguished at any moment. It was as if he could be destroyed at any moment. Under the heavenly wind Tao Will, Chernzong was like a gust of wind between heaven and earth, blending into the thousands of hurricanes, drifting unsteadily, avoiding the red dragon's struggling attacks and looking for an opportunity. This battle not only required courage, but also caution. With a sword strike, Chen Zong directly slashed at the red dragon's body. However, he found that the red dragon's scales were too tough, and he could only use the primordial sword yuan technique to tear them apart, but could not really kill them. This defensive power was much stronger than the black demon gods. They were on two completely different levels, and this made Chen Zong's heart sink slightly. Such defensive power was almost despairing. Dodge. Strike. However, the red dragon's body kept dancing, and Chen Zong could not hit the same spot. Heaven and earth aligned. With a sword strike, the sword light was extremely fine, but also extremely sharp. It tore through the void and landed on the red dragon's body, immediately tearing apart the dragon's scales, and even the skin beneath the dragon's scales. It cut into the flesh, leaving behind a sword wound that was a few meters long, and red blood faintly seeped out. However, Chen Zong was not happy at all. Instead, he became more serious. Although heaven and earth aligned could kill the red dragon, a wound that was a few meters long and a few meters deep was just a minor injury to the red dragon's huge body. Even if there was sword chi wreaking havoc in it, the impact would be minimal. So, how could he kill the red dragon? Chapter 1689. The dragon itself was a powerful existence with a high-end bloodline. The Crimson Dragon was huge and powerful. Its scales were tough, and its defense was amazing. Even though Lin Fan's powerful line of heaven and earth could break through its defense and cause damage, the damage was too small compared to the Crimson Dragon's huge body. Chen Zong moved with the wind and turned into lightning. He took the opportunity to attack again. Wind and Fire Triple Sword Technique. The first move, Swift Wind. The second move, Scorching Flame. The red dragon was so huge that Chen Zong could hit it with every attack. The third move, Wind and Fire hit the sky. The most powerful sword attack exploded with amazing power. It shattered the void in an instant. Like a torrent of lava, it bombarded the place where Swift Wind and Scorching Flame were attacking. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out continuously. The dragon's scales were blown apart, and its tough skin was also blown apart in an instant. The power of wind and fire striking the heavens and the power of swift wind and raging fire worked together, wantonly destroying the Crimson Dragon's body. However, the Red Dragon's body was so tough that even though the wind and fire triple sword technique was so powerful and destructive, it could not cause much damage. When the power of the wind and fire triple sword technique disappeared, there was a wound on the Red Dragon's body that was a few meters long. However, it was only about 1 meter deep. For the Red Dragon that was more than 2,000 meters long, it was nothing. Chen Zong's heart sank. This size, this level of defensive power, how could he fight? Indeed, if he were to unleash all of his strength, he would be able to fight the Crimson Dragon. However, it would only be a battle. The Crimson Dragon's body was astonishingly huge, and its defensive power was terrifying. It was simply a model for both chi cultivation and body refining. Chen Zong finally understood how his past opponents felt. After all, his body refining cultivation was not limited in the outside world. Facing a strong opponent like the Red Dragon, he had to be stronger than his opponent to have a chance of defeating and killing it. At the same level, he could only fight it. Was he going to fail again this time? If he failed this time, when would he be able to break through? According to the current situation, even if he broke through to the 32nd level of the Origin Sword technique and increased his strength, he would not be able to defeat the Red Dragon. Unless he reached the 33rd level of the Origin Sword technique, but that was too difficult. The higher the level of the technique, the more difficult it would be, especially when it was limited by the realm. Of course, if he broke through again and stepped into the half-step Great Saint realm, the difficulty of creating the 32nd level would be much lower. Even the 33rd level would not be that difficult. Chunzong estimated that he would either have to reach the 33rd level of the origin sword technique by himself, or his heart sword Tao intent would break through to the 2nd level of the limitless realm, or even the 32nd level of the origin sword technique. Only then would he have a higher chance of killing the Crimson Dragon. After consuming dozens of fog sources and spending several years to comprehend the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions, the extreme sword intent was still at the 1st level. The 2nd level was still far away. Chunzong knew that this was due to the realm limitation. He was now at the Saint realm, and there were very few people who could master the Tao will of the extreme realm. It was impossible to raise the Tao will of the extreme realm to the 2nd level at the Saint realm. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no way out. Although the injuries were minor, the Crimson Dragon was still furious. Its body trembled, and immediately, blazing red light gushed out from under its dragon scales, turning into raging crimson flames. The shockingly high temperature and violent might seem to destroy everything in the surroundings. Chunzong had to retreat for the time being. Boom! The huge dragon tail swept across the air as if it could sweep away thousands of mountains. It was extremely violent and overbearing. The attack shattered the world and suffocated Chunzong. The surrounding space seemed to be suppressed and sealed, frozen to the extreme. Chunzong slashed out with his sword finger and tore an invisible hole. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and shuttled out, avoiding the fierce attack of the dragon tail. The gigantic dragon tail swept across violently, stirring up a violent gust of wind. The blazing crimson flames emitted a shockingly high temperature that could incinerate everything, destroying everything in the surroundings. Chunzong felt as if he was being raged by the wind and burned by the fire. It was as if he had been blown into an oven and was constantly being roasted. Formless heavenly wind. He turned into a gust of wind and shuttled. The perfect formless heavenly wind was extraordinary. He narrowly avoided the attack of the dragon tail. Just as he was about to attack with his sword, a dragon claw suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing, bursting out with an unparalleled terrifying power. He seemed to be swaying in a torrent. The formless heavenly wind was pushed to the extreme. Just as he was about to pass through the gap, the dragon claw suddenly changed. It was as if a mountain had moved and overlapped. There was no gap, and Chunzong had nowhere to escape. Thunderlight escape. In an instant, Chunzong burst out with an astonishing speed and immediately bypassed the dragon claw. However, the dragon claw seemed to have become as far away as thousands of rivers and mountains. No matter how fast Chunzong burst out, he could not see the end. It was as if the sky was collapsing and suppressing Chunzong, almost crushing him into powder. Down. Around. He finally got rid of the attack of the dragon claw, but what greeted him was a burst of blazing flames. It was so shockingly hot that it seemed to burn the world. The dragon tail attack, the dragon claw attack, and the red dragon fire attack. The 3 attacks came one after another, making it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. Slash. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were aligned. The amazing sharpness suddenly split the red dragon fire and rushed straight against the red dragon fire. Kill. Using the same trick, Chunzong pierced the air with his sword again, stabbing toward the red dragon's left eye like a meteor chasing after the moon. But this time, the red dragon seemed to be prepared. Its huge dragon head suddenly swung, bringing about a strong storm. The dragon whiskers were like long whips, bursting out with amazing power and blasting toward Chunzong. The dragon whiskers were more than 10 meters long, and the power of a moment was so amazing that it seemed to be able to smash a hill. This attack was really beyond Chunzong's expectation. He felt that every part of the red dragon's body seemed to be able to become a sharp weapon. It was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Chernzong felt that the red dragon was difficult to deal with, and the red dragon also felt that Chernzong was difficult to deal with. Chernzong's body movement was fast and flexible, and his sword technique was so sharp that it could hurt himself. It was very difficult to kill him. The red dragon danced in the sky, and a tiny figure was constantly changing, holding a sword and rushing to kill. The fierce battle was endless. The red dragon wanted to kill Chernzong, and Chernzong wanted to slay the dragon with his sword. This was a battle of life and death. Chernzong looked very dignified. In this battle, he had to use the power of the Lingwu several times to really contend with the red dragon. But the power of the Lingwu was not endless. After all, he had not cultivated the supreme Lingwu method to perfection. Once he used it, it would be consumed, and there was no time to recover. Moreover, even if he had time to recover, he could not do so because his body-refining cultivation was imprisoned. Once the power of the Lingwu was exhausted, he would not be able to contend with the red dragon. In this case, he could only take a risk. Making a prompt decision, Chernzong did not hesitate at all. He used his body movement alternately and once again appeared at the dragon's head. The sword tip was pointed directly at the red dragon's left eye. Under the strong belief and will, the sharpness of the sword exceeded the limit. This seemed to be a sword that cut off all means of retreat. The red dragon felt as if its left eye was pierced. The sharpness made it feel threatened. Kill. Line of heaven and earth. This sword strike wasn't a slash. Instead, it was a stab after it landed. It stabbed in the air and integrated the power of the line of heaven and earth into it. In the past, Chernzong used the line of heaven and earth with a slash. It was very rare for him to stab like this. The sword light turned into a cold star that was smaller than a grain of rice and pierced the sky in an instant. The sword stabbed directly at the red dragon's left eye. But the red dragon had already felt threatened, so it was impossible to be assassinated. However, this sword was just a feint. Although it was powerful, it was to confuse the red dragon and open the way for the following move. The power of the Lingwu. The blood thunder seed of the perfection realm explode. Chernzong had also cultivated the secret method of the blood thunder explosion to the perfection realm in the past few years. The blood thunder seed was very powerful. Once it was detonated, it would immediately erupt with an amazing power, increasing his attack power by a lot. The sunken knight's sword became blood-red after the power of the explosion of the blood lightning seed poured into it. It was like a blood-red lightning that tore through the sky and shot out. Even the heavens and earth were overshadowed by this sword. Fast. It was fast to the extreme and violent to the extreme. Within that sword strike, there was an incomparably terrifying power of destruction. The mystery of the line of heaven and earth, and the power of the explosion of the perfect blood thunder seed were unleashed to the extreme at this moment. After all, the blood thunder seed was condensed by himself. Once it was detonated, it would affect him and make him feel uncomfortable. But Chernzong endured this discomfort and blasted out this powerful sword. The power of this sword directly surpassed the 3-star level and reached the level of an ordinary 4-star level. This sword was aimed at the red dragon's right eye. First, it was an extremely powerful sword attack to confuse the red dragon's left eye. Then, it was an even more powerful sword attack to the right eye. This was the real killing move. The eye was the red dragon's weak point. It was even weaker than the dragon's scales and was easier to injure. This sword was completely out of the red dragon's expectation. It was so fast that it could not be dodged at all. It subconsciously lowered its eyelids. Although the eyelids were tough, they could not withstand the sharpness and violence of this sword. Like a hot knife through butter, the eyelids were instantly pierced through. Under the violent power, the long sword pierced into the red dragon's right eye. Compared to the dragon's eye, This sword looked very small, but its power was very terrifying. Not only did it directly destroy the eyeball, but it also continuously pierced into the red dragon's brain. Intense pain. The intense pain, as if its soul was being torn apart, made the red dragon go berserk. It let out an indescribable roar. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and a shocking suction force burst out. Chen Zong was pulled in without any resistance. Chapter 1690. On the Lantern Festival, the Dominator of 6 Realms wishes everyone a happy and prosperous life. Today, the Dominator of 6 Realms will return to his hometown and cause havoc. Due to time constraints, there is only one update, which will be completed at around 9 p.m. The other update will be added tomorrow. Everyone, please follow the official account of the Dominator of 6 Realms. The Dominator of 6 Realms will release the update time and so on in advance. Fresh blood gushed out madly from the Crimson Dragon's right eye like a gushing fountain. The Crimson Dragon's enormous body danced endlessly in the air due to the intense pain. Every single dragon's scale on its body burst forth with extremely shocking crimson flames, burning one after another. From afar, it seemed as if it had filled a part of the sky. However, Chen Zong had already been swallowed by the Crimson Dragon. Chen Zong only felt that he was being swept by a blazing storm and kept moving forward. The blazing storm was crazy and violent, as if it was going to tear him apart. The explosion of the blood lightning seed caused a certain impact on Chen Zong's body. For a moment, he felt very uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would not have been swallowed by the red dragon so easily. Now, he should be inside the red dragon's body. When the tempest weakened, Chen Zong's surroundings were completely red as numerous lumps protruded out and wriggled ceaselessly, and they formed a dense mass. The sight of this caused Chen Zong's entire body to shudder involuntarily. Every single lump of flesh secreted a thick liquid that was like lava, and it was suffused with an extremely blazing aura and a shockingly pungent sour smell. Chen Zong had a feeling that this pungent and sour magma-like liquid would corrode and melt him. No matter what, he could not let it touch him. With a dignified expression, the sunken knight's sword was slashed out without hesitation. Its sharpness was shocking. This was the red dragon's stomach, a place specially designed for digestion. Even a 9th-grade sacred weapon would be melted after staying here for a while. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the air like lightning, directly slashing at the wall of the stomach and cutting open a lump of flesh. Instantly, the lump of flesh shrank rapidly, instantly spurting out even more scorching acid, almost contaminating the body. Slash, slash, slash. The walls of the stomach were constantly being slashed and torn apart. The intense pain came from the inside of the body, causing the Crimson Dragon to be in incomparable pain. All of the lumps of flesh were crazily spurting out acid. The acid in the stomach rapidly rose, wanting to corrode and dissolve Chen Zong. The situation was critical, and Chen Zong erupted once again. He ignored the discomfort in his body and attacked with all his might. Wind and fire triple sword. Heaven and earth. Outside, the red dragon was in extreme pain. The stomach wall was finally broken open by Chen Zong. Following the crack, he turned into a gust of wind and quickly shuttled out. He was almost hit by the acid. After coming out of the stomach, Chen Zong saw extremely thick blood vessels and tendons. They were connected in all directions and crisscrossed in a very complicated manner. Slash, 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 slash. His sword chi was extremely sharp, but the blood vessels in the red dragon's body were also very tough and thick. It was difficult to cut them with one slash. If one slash was not enough, 2 slashes would be enough. If 2 slashes were not enough, 3 slashes would be enough. Slash, 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 slash. Being swallowed into the stomach was also a good opportunity to kill the red dragon. After all, the defense inside the body was not as strong as the surface, and the red dragon's crazy attacks were also missing. That was relatively safer. Of course, it was also very dangerous. For example, if he was affected by the acid just now, he would definitely be seriously injured. Chen Zong did not stay where he was. Stepping on the thick blood vessels and tendons, he kept rushing forward and waving his sword. His sword was amazing. Thump, thump, thump. Shocking sounds came from afar, like the roar of a drum. As Chen Zong kept moving forward, the momentum became more and more powerful. Immediately after, Chen Zong saw an incomparably huge blood-red object throbbing continuously. Its surface was covered with thick tendons. From afar, it looked like ferocious giant pythons entwined and entrenched. The heart. Chen Zong was overjoyed. This was the red dragon's heart, one of its important parts. If it was destroyed, it would definitely cause great damage to the red dragon. Approaching, waving the sword, slashing. Heaven and earth were aligned. The shocking slash immediately tore the tendons on the surface of the heart. A wound was opened and blood oozed out. Wind and fire triple sword. The three moves were thrown out and exploded. The red dragon's heart was injured, and it became more and more violent. The endless red dragon's fire suddenly rushed from afar like a raging sea. It was overwhelming, devouring and burning everything. The amazing heat kept approaching, and Chen Zong's face changed greatly. The red dragon's fire was very powerful. He could resist it for a while, but he could not resist it forever. Even if he used the yin and yang sword realm, he could only hold on for a while. Once his strength was exhausted, he would be burned to ashes by the red dragon's fire. At this point in the life and death battle, he had seen the dawn of killing the red dragon. He could not let all his previous efforts go to waste. From the beginning of the fierce battle with the red dragon, Chen Zong had forgotten that even if he died in the battle, it would not be a real death. The scarlet dragon fire was mighty and majestic, spreading like a torrential flood. The situation was critical. In the face of danger, Chen Zong did not panic. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, he stared at the huge heart in front of him, and his eyes shone with a fierce and decisive light. Fight. Fight for a slim chance of survival. Kill. With a slash of his sword, he became one with the sword. In an instant, he turned into an extremely sharp sword light. Carrying the tyrannical power of the line between heaven and earth, it pierced into the red dragon's heart. Chen Zong's purpose was to break into the heart and use it to resist the red dragon's fire. At the same time, he would completely destroy the heart from the inside. One thing was for sure. If the red dragon's heart was completely destroyed from the inside, it was likely to die. Even if it did not die, it would be on the verge of death. But at the same time, he had to take the risk. Fight. After breaking into the heart, Chen Zong immediately felt a tyrannical force squeezing him, as if it was going to crush him. Moreover, the rich blood essence of the heart carried an extremely high temperature, as if it was going to burn his body. With his body refining cultivation sealed, Chen Zong's body could not bear for long. The pressure was too great. Boom! The endless raging crimson dragon fire blasted out like a fire dragon, bombarding Chen Zong's heart directly. However, it was blocked and could not hurt Chen Zong at all. But in the heart, Chen Zong was actually very uncomfortable. He exerted all his strength and swung his sword. Slash. Kill. The sword kept slashing out, cutting and destroying the inside of the heart. The red dragon's heart was more than 2,000 meters long, and its size was also very shocking. It was dozens of meters in size. It was not easy to completely destroy it. Determination. Perseverance. Determination. At this moment it was very important. Chen Zong could feel his skin gradually melting under the high temperature of the red dragon's blood essence. A sharp pain constantly spread throughout his body. He had to endure the pain while continuously wielding his sword. Kill, kill, kill. His surroundings were constantly being cut and torn, but Chernzong's injuries were also worsening. This was a race of life and death. Would he be killed by the blood essence of the Red Dragon's heart first, or would he completely destroy the Red Dragon's heart first? Once one side could not hold on, they would die first. If Chernzong died first, he would not be able to pass this realm and would fail. If the Red Dragon died first, Chernzong would pass the 8th realm. Swing the sword. His strength was constantly being consumed, like a river gradually drying up. Chernzong's right arm, which was wielding the sword, gradually became numb and could not feel anything. However, he was still wielding the sword with a strong will. If he had not experienced the tempering of the 6th realm, the 3 punishments platform, and his spiritual will had not been refined, he would not have been able to hold on. The huge heart was constantly being cut, torn, and destroyed. It became more and more broken, and a large amount of vitality was being drained away. Even for a powerful being like the Red Dragon, the heart was extremely important. Once it was destroyed, the injury would be obvious, and the vitality would be drained away rapidly until it was completely gone. The result would be death. Chernzong's skin all over his body was festering. This was caused by the blood essence of the Red Dragon's heart. His right arm, which was wielding the sword, had completely lost its feeling. It was difficult to continue wielding the sword. Chernzong did not hesitate to switch to his left hand. He wielded the sword with his left hand without any problems. Countless sword wounds covered the heart, and the vitality was draining away rapidly like a torrent. The Red Dragon wailed and fell from the sky. Boom! His huge body fell directly into the lava valley, creating a huge crater in the lava ground. Lava flowed out from all directions. It wailed and struggled, its breathing became softer and softer, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, the Red Dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. The roar was resounding, but it was filled with sorrow, like the sorrow of a hero past his prime. That was the last roar. The raised head paused, and then the huge eyes lost their luster and vitality. They became dull and lifeless, and the huge head fell heavily. With a bang, the huge dragon head slammed into the ground, making a loud sound like a heavenly drum. Endless ripples spread out. The magma rolled and spread, drowning the Red Dragon's body little by little. The Red Dragon's heart had already been cut into pieces. Chernzong was still wielding his sword. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to destroy the heart, completely destroy the heart. The 5 fingers of his left arm tightly grasped the sword hilt, and he raised it with difficulty. The strength in his body had dried up, and only the remaining strength in his broken and charred body was able to lift the sword. He then slowly lowered it. He staggered and almost fell. The fire of the Red Dragon, which had gone out of control, suddenly exploded. It penetrated through the gap in the heart and rushed toward Chernzong. Chernzong didn't seem to notice it. He didn't resist or dodge. In fact, at this point, Chernzong couldn't resist or dodge even if he wanted to. Because he had exhausted all his strength, his entire consciousness was in a state of chaos and blur. Only the will to destroy his heart was still holding on. The oil lamp had run out. In an instant, Chernzong was hit by the fire of the Red Dragon. His whole body was thrown high, but his left hand was still tightly grasping the deep night sword. A swordsman should hold the sword in his hand tightly and never give up. Boom! Boom! Chernzong was constantly thrown into the air by the impact of the crimson dragon fire. He was like a broken rag doll, or like he was in the middle of a torrential storm. He was constantly tossed up and down without any ability to resist or defend himself. His consciousness became even more chaotic, but he seemed to be holding his sword tighter and tighter. His entire body seemed to be set ablaze, and the raging flames were burning his body. Chapter 1691. To make up for yesterday's update, chaos, hazy and misty. It was as if a speck of spiritual light was wandering in the void beyond the heavens, disappearing without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, Chernzong suddenly woke up. Memories swept over him like a tide, and images flashed through his mind. They were extremely clear. I am still alive. Somewhat surprised, Chernzong suddenly remembered that he was challenging the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm. Death in the Bewildering Light Realm was not real death. That battle was a fierce battle of life and death with the Crimson Dragon. He completely forgot about everything else and just fought desperately, using all his strength to fight continuously and madly. In the end, he should have died. However, it was not real death, but death in the Bewildering Light Realm. Death was the same, but it was not real death like the outside world. He was still alive. Chernzong could not help but feel a burst of joy. Then, did he pass the 8th level? Or did he fail? Did I pass or fail? Chernzong opened his mouth and said to the chaos, as if he was talking to himself. Congratulations, Chernzong, you passed the 8th level. A leisurely voice sounded. Chernzong still recognized that voice. It was the cold and stiff voice from before, but at this moment, it had a lot more human feelings. Ecstasy. That ecstasy was like a torrent that directly rushed into the deepest part of Chernzong's heart. He passed. He really passed the 8th level. Those who had not passed the 8th level could not understand the difficulty of the 8th level. And he had finally passed it. This also meant that he could leave the Bewildering Light Sea. However, he could leave, but he could not forget about others. Can I leave the Bewildering Light Sea? Chernzong could not help but ask. After all, it was only said that someone passed the 8th level and left 10,000 years ago. After all, it was just hearsay. He did not see it with his own eyes, so he was not so sure. You can leave the Bewildering Light Sea after passing the 8th level. You can take one person with you. The leisurely voice sounded again. When it fell into Chernzong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He could really leave. However, the latter words made Chernzong frown slightly. He could only bring one person with him? How can we bring more people with us? Chernzong could not help but ask. After passing through the 9th realm and taking control of the Bewildering Light Island, you can take away anyone within the Bewildering Light Ocean. A leisurely voice sounded. Instantly, Chernzong felt a burst of ecstasy. Take control of Bewildering Light Island. Take anyone within the Bewildering Light Ocean and leave. However, with such great benefits, the difficulty would be even more shocking. Excuse me, what is the challenge of the 9th realm? Chernzong asked. The 9th realm is called the Self Realm. A leisurely voice rang out, but it didn't explain in detail. Once you pass through the 9th realm, you can become the master of Bewildering Light Island in the Bewildering Light Realm. There will be an additional great opportunity. Her last words seemed to have a hint of playfulness. Chernzong didn't know if it was just his imagination. Chernzong was also attracted by his words. Becoming the master of the Bewildering Light Island at the Bewildering Light Realm should be a great fortuitous encounter. What were the other great fortuitous encounters? Perhaps he would only know after passing through the 9th realm. Suddenly, the chaos changed, and Chernzong appeared in a garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and it was extremely beautiful. The fragrance of the flowers was incomparably intoxicating, and it caused Chernzong to be intoxicated. In the depths of the hundreds of flowers, a figure had appeared on a flower chair that was decorated with intoxicating green vines and 7-colored fresh blood. That figure wore pink muslin clothes, and her figure was graceful and enchanting. However, her face seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and it was faintly discernible. It was incomparably mysterious, and it caused one to have the feeling of being peeped at. Chernzong wanted to see the true appearance of her landscape, yet he couldn't. Chernzong calmed his mind, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. With his will, he actually had this kind of desire, and it was truly shocking. May I ask who Senior is? After Chen Zong calmed his mind, his expression was solemn, and he cupped his hands in greeting. You can call me Hua Ji. When that voice rang out, Chen Zong was sure that it was the person who spoke before. Although this voice contained a bit of laziness and a bit of playfulness, under the mixture, there was an intoxicating charm that caused one to be unable to help but want to delve deeper into it. It was like a kitten's claws lightly hooking onto one's heart. Even with Chen Zong's willpower, he couldn't help but have layers of ripples, and he couldn't help but be moved. It wasn't that he was moved by this person, but it was an indescribable feeling. This caused Chen Zong to be even more vigilant. At that moment, Chen Zong seemed to have seen a hint of a playful smile from the other party's pair of incomparably intoxicating eyes that were filled with charm. I've been guarding here for many, many years. Hua Ji spoke again, and her voice was even more serene. I've been waiting for someone who can pass through the bewildering light realm. It's just that, until now, no one has been able to do it. As she spoke, Hua Ji's beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through time and space and landed on Chen Zong, causing Chen Zong to feel as if he was seen through. Until now, you're the person with the greatest hope of passing through the bewildering light realm. The so-called passing through the bewildering light realm referred to passing through everything, from the first realm to the ninth realm. May I ask, Senior, what's the origin of the bewildering light realm? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. If you can pass through the ninth realm, you'll naturally know, Hua Ji said with a smile. In other words, if he couldn't pass through the ninth realm, he didn't have the qualifications to know. Even if he knew, it would be useless, and it would just increase his burden for no reason. Then, what if I can't pass through the ninth realm? Chen Zong asked again. The difficulty of the ninth realm was probably higher than the eighth realm, and it might even be higher by a lot. Could he pass through it on his first try? If he couldn't pass through it, then what? He had to understand all of this clearly. If you pass through the eighth realm, you can leave the bewildering light sea at any time and take one person with you. At the same time, you'll also obtain the qualifications to return to the bewildering light island. Hua Ji smiled faintly and said with a hint of playfulness, in the outside world, you can also return to the bewildering light island and continue to challenge the bewildering light realm until you pass through the ninth realm. Hearing this, a wave of joy surged into his heart. So there was such a thing. Rumor has it that the Myriad Star King once challenged the eighth realm 10,000 years ago. Didn't he challenge the ninth realm? Chen Zong thought of this and asked curiously. The Myriad Star King. He's not qualified, Hua Ji said leisurely. To challenge the ninth realm of the bewildering light realm, you can't be more than 500 years old. The Myriad Star King had stayed on the bewildering light island for thousands of years. In addition to his own cultivation time, even if it wasn't 10,000 years, it was far more than 500 years. He didn't expect there to be such a restriction. I want to challenge the ninth realm, Chen Zong said without hesitation after pondering for a while. Perhaps this challenge would end in failure, but he had to know what kind of challenge the ninth realm was. If he could pass through it on his first try, it would be great. If he couldn't, at least he had to know how difficult it was. As you wish, Hua Ji smiled. Hua Ji smiled. Her pink dress seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Then, everything in front of her disappeared, returning to the primal chaos. In the next breath, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed and swept past. That sword light seemed to tear the chaos apart as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. Rhythmic footsteps also sounded. From the end of the dark void, one step at a time, slowly approaching. This place was no longer chaos, but darkness. At the end of the darkness, the figure walking over made Chen Zong's pupils shrink to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. That was Chen Zong. That person actually looked exactly the same as him. Height, weight, and everything else was exactly the same. The only difference was that he wore a white robe, while the other party wore a black robe. In addition, the other party's expression was also calm. But as the other party kept walking over, Chen Zong had a feeling that the other party's presence was very strong. It was as if the other party had become the center of this dark void. It was as if the existence of the dark void needed the other party to maintain it. Otherwise, it would collapse. This feeling was very strange, but also very natural. Chen Zong couldn't take his eyes off the other party. The other party's body seemed to be magnetic, absorbing everything around it. All of it was absorbed. This extremely strong sense of presence was hard for Chen Zong to understand. It seemed to contain an indescribable mystery. "Who are you?" Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. "I'm also you." The other party smiled slightly. Chen Zong just noticed that the other party's eyes seemed to be glowing with a trace of silver light. "Also not you." The other party's words were hard for Chen Zong to understand. "Defeat me, and you will pass the 9th realm," the other party said again. Immediately, he took a step forward. His figure instantly turned into a wisp of wind, light and agile, approaching almost silently. The heavenly wind of the perfection realm. Chen Zong was sure that the movement technique used by the other party was the heavenly wind of the perfection realm. The sunken knight's sword was unsheathed. The sword broke through the air, directly tearing the darkness apart, and attacked the other party. But the other party also drew his sword in an instant. It was exactly the same as the sunken knight's sword. Kill. In an instant the two swords collided. Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. He only felt an extremely tyrannical force, shaking and rushing toward him, and he couldn't help but retreat. It was also at the same time that Chen Zong realized that his body-refining cultivation and the lesser royal divine weapon were not imprisoned. He was in his heyday in a state where there was no restriction. Unless the doppelganger couldn't sense it. In this case, he could show his strength to his heart's content and fight to his heart's content. His figure paused, and like a bamboo in the wind, he counterattacked with his sword. The fact that his strength wasn't sealed gave Chen Zong great confidence. To a cultivator, one's own strength was the basis of their confidence. The second sword collided again. Chen Zong still felt a tyrannical force erupting from the other party's sword, and it rushed toward him without missing anything. Obviously, the other party also had the same body-refining cultivation as him. Self-realm. Could this be the meaning of challenging oneself and defeating oneself? Chen Zong was enlightened. The other party didn't give Chen Zong much time to think. Another sword attack came, extremely fast, accompanied by wind and fire. The next sword attack, thunder and lightning exploded, and the sword broke through the air, extremely violent. Sword attack, sword attack, sword attack. The other party kept attacking with his sword, and the sword light was like a flood bursting a dam, majestic and unstoppable. It made Chen Zong feel breathless and almost suffocated. Too fast. Too fierce. Too strong. Too fierce. Chapter 1692. Second Update. Taishan Realm was one of the 9 realms in Tianyuan's Sacred Realm, and it was also the most prosperous and powerful one. Sect after sect stood in great numbers in Taishan Realm. Cultivators and geniuses came out in large numbers, competing with each other. The cultivation atmosphere was stronger here than in other realms. In terms of territory, Taishan Realm was also larger than the other realms. Only Ancient Suppression Realm and Tianlin Realm could compare. Taishan Mountain was the largest mountain range in Taishan Realm. It stretched for thousands of miles and wrapped around Taishan Realm in a semicircle. The tallest mountain was 9,999 meters high, and the lowest was 2,000 or 3,000 meters high. It was located in a corner of Taishan Mountain, at the foot of a mountain more than 2,000 meters high. It was lush with vegetation, but no one passed by. The wind blew gently and the leaves swayed. The sound of rustling could be heard constantly, like a beautiful movement, quiet and moving. In the next moment the silence was broken. 2 rays of light seemed to fall from the sky, but also seemed to be born from nothingness. They appeared abruptly at the foot of the mountain, and the light quickly became stronger. They were 2 balls of gray chaotic light, about the height of a person. When the gray chaotic light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. One was old, and one was young. The old man looked gentle, and there was a majestic force around him. It was the strongest cultivator on Bewildering Light Island, the king of mountain and sea, who had elite 7-star combat ability. The young man wore a white sword robe, and his expression was calm. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky. It was difficult to feel any strong aura around him, but if one's perception was strong enough, they could feel a trace of sharpness from him. He was the current Jiendi Chenzong, who had stayed on Bewildering Light Island for more than 10 years and had finally reached the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm. After reaching the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm, one could leave the Bewildering Light Sea and take one person with them to any realm in Tianyuan Sacred Realm. Brother, I have been away for thousands of years, and I don't know how my family is doing. If you have time, you can come to the Sioux clan of Taishan City to find me, the king of mountain and sea said to Chenzong. He seemed to be in a hurry. Brother, you go first, Chenzong said with a smile. I will visit you again in the future. Farewell, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord of the Mountains and Seas rose into the air, turned into a stream of light and sped away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Chenzong's sight. Chenzong looked around, then flew off in a different direction from King Mountain and Sea, like a gust of heavenly wind. Since he only brought the King of Mountain and Sea with him, it meant that Chenzong had failed to challenge the 9th level of the Confusion Realm. Previously, Chenzong had considered that if he could only take one person with him, he would prioritize the Tiangong Elder and the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong. After that, he would go for the King of the Mountain and Sea. Although the King of the Mountain and Sea had helped him a lot, Chenzong had made it clear at the beginning. King Mountain Sea agreed. When Chenzong found out that he could become the Bewildering Light Realm Master of Bewildering Light Island after passing through the 9th realm and could take away anyone he wanted, he was tempted and took action to challenge him. Unfortunately, the opponent in the 9th realm, Self Realm, was very difficult to deal with. He felt that he was not as strong as Red Dragon. After all, he was like another Chenzong with the same cultivation, ability, and swordsmanship. However, during the battle, Chenzong found that his opponent's application of his strength and martial arts seemed to be more exquisite than his. Moreover, he only used the same strength in every attack, but the power he unleashed seemed to be stronger than his. In a battle between experts, a small gap would evolve into a life and death gap. Moreover, the opponent in the Self-Realm, Chenzong, was very strong. He knew everything that Chenzong knew, and every sword attack was at its peak. Yes, after Chenzong lost in the first challenge, he thought for a while and then challenged again. The 3rd time, the 4th time. He challenged again and again, but he was defeated again and again. However, this did not make Chenzong discouraged. Instead, it aroused his strong fighting spirit. Although he had been defeated several times, Chenzong was clear about one thing. His opponent, the other him, was very strong. Moreover, his condition was always at its peak. Regardless of whether it was due to the consumption of strength or other reasons, the power of every sword attack would not be weakened. Chenzong was a very outstanding cultivator. His control of strength was far better than many people. Therefore, he understood that in a battle, especially in a high-intensity battle, it was impossible to always be at the peak. After all, at the beginning of the battle, as the intensity increased, the pressure on him would also increase. Under such circumstances, sometimes his attacks would become hasty. Once he was hasty, it meant that he did not have enough strength. Another point was that fighting would consume one's strength, physical strength, mental strength, and so on. Once they were consumed, he would not be able to be at his peak. When he attacked, the power of his attacks would inevitably be affected. Therefore, it was impossible for every attack to be at the peak of one's strength. Instead, there would be a fluctuation. However, under the sword of his opponent, who was at the 9th level of the Confusion Realm, there was no fluctuation. Every sword attack was at the peak of one's strength. Moreover, his opponent's swordsmanship was not inferior to his at all. In fact, his opponent was even better. In this way, Chen Zong could compete with him in the beginning. However, he would soon be at a disadvantage, and even be defeated in the end. He felt that his opponent's strength was like a monster that would never be consumed. However, after a few challenges, Chen Zong also grasped one point. His opponent was the same as him. His strength would be constantly consumed. However, the consumption of strength would not affect his condition at all. 9 challenges, all 9 of them were defeated. Even though his mastery of swordsmanship had improved in the later battles, allowing him to fight on par with his opponent for a longer period of time, the problem was that his strength, stamina, and spirit would be depleted. His condition would deteriorate imperceptibly, but his opponent wouldn't. As such, in the end, he would still be the one to lose. This was different from the life and death battle with the Crimson Dragon at the 8th level. In the life and death battle with the Crimson Dragon, once the Crimson Dragon was injured, it would also weaken, lose its vitality, and eventually die. However, his opponent in the Self Realm would not. The consumption of essence, qi, and spirit and injuries would not affect him at all. Faced with such an opponent, Chen Zong realized that it was really difficult for him to defeat him. Unless he could be like his opponent and be at the peak all the time. That should be a secret technique. No, it should be a special state, Chen Zong said to himself. After 9 challenges, with his own high comprehension, Chen Zong gradually grasped some of the mysteries. However, it was just a clue. He had not comprehended it yet, but it was a good start. Chen Zong did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend and master that state. Therefore, he had to leave the bewildering light sea first. Then there was the problem. He had only passed the 8th level. Hua Ji seemed to see Chen Zong in a new light. She agreed to Chen Zong's request and brought the Tiangong elder directly to the bewildering light island to live there. At the request of the Mountain and Sea King, Chen Zong gathered the Tiangong elder, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong, and the Mountain and Sea King Su Ziyue and explained the situation. Who would leave first? This was a problem. After all, no one wanted to stay in the bewildering light sea for a long time. The longer one stayed, the more desperate one would be. The Mountain and Sea King was eager to leave this place. After all, he had been here for thousands of years. Without the ability of the Myriad Star King, he could not pass the 8th level with his own ability. The Mountain and Sea King proposed compensation to Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong elder. First, the cave abode would belong to them. They could cultivate and live in the cave abode of the Mountain and Sea King. Secondly, the Mountain and Sea King would enter the bewildering light sea to hunt the fog demon and obtain the fog essence. He would give it to Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong elder to ensure that they did not have to pay the fog essence for 100 years and could focus on cultivating on the bewildering light island. The last point was Chen Zong's request. That was the Blood Killer King. The Blood Killer King had a twisted mind. If Chen Zong left, he might attack the Tiangong elder. The Tiangong elder had the combat strength of an ordinary 5-star. He was not weak, but he was no match for the Blood Killer King. Although there was a 10-year protection period, 10 years was actually very short. Even if the Tiangong elder's strength improved in 10 years, he would probably only be an elite 5-star. He was still no match for the Blood Killer King. Although Chen Zong wanted to fight the Blood Killer King himself, he also knew that his current strength was far from being a match for the Blood Killer King. In order to ensure his safety and avoid future troubles, he asked the Mountain and Sea King to deal with the Blood Killer King. In the battle, the Blood Killer King was seriously injured. He escaped into the Bewildering Light Sea with a secret treasure and left the Bewildering Light Island. According to the Mountain and Sea King, even if the Blood Killer King did not die in the Bewildering Light Sea, he would not be able to cause trouble for 50 years with his serious injuries. However, in order to be sure, Chen Zong added a second layer of insurance. That was the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King. Both of them had the combat strength of an ordinary 7-star. Chen Zong's condition was that when he passed through the 9th realm, he would take them away. What they had to do was to take care of the Silver Blade King and the Tiangong Elder so that they would not be attacked or killed on the Bewildering Light Island. As for the other things, such as the Silver Blade King and the Tiangong Elder entering the Bewildering Light Sea to hunt the Fog Devil, their safety had nothing to do with the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King. They would do their best in exchange for a chance to leave. The Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King both agreed after thinking for a while. Double insurance, everyone was happy. If that was the case, Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder would not be able to survive. If he came to take them away, it could only be said that this was their fate. Self-realm. Chen Zong thought to himself as he flew rapidly. It was a kind of mystery. If he could pry into the mystery, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. However, this mystery was too profound. It was not that easy. However, he could return to the Bewildering Light Island and challenge the Bewildering Light Realm again to hone himself and better understand the mysterious mystery. As for now, he was going to the place where the ancient Shura sect used to be. According to what the ancient Shura king had told him, the ancient Shura sect should be located in the boundary of Tai Luo City. The cities of the highest profundity realm were named after the word Tai. Chapter 1693. Third Update. Supreme Saint-level cultivators stood at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan sacred realm. They were the ultimate cultivators, but there were very few of them. In the Xianyuan realm, there were only 3 or 4 supreme saint-level cultivators in such a large realm. 2 were Xianyuan sage and Xiantian divine general of the Xianyuan dynasty, and the other 2 belonged to the Black Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Hall. The Taishan realm was the head of the 9 realms and was the most powerful. The Ancient Suppression realm and the Tianlin realm were considered equals, but they were still somewhat inferior. Even so, there were definitely no more than 6 supreme saint-level cultivators in the Taishan realm. In the vast majority of sect forces, the strongest cultivator was half a step into the supreme saint level. The ancient Shura clan had been a famous sect in the Taishan realm, because its leader, the ancient Shura king, was a powerful cultivator half a step into the supreme saint level. His combat ability had reached the elite 7-star level, and he was one of the strongest among the many half a step into the supreme saint level cultivators. But now, thousands of years had passed, and they had lost a powerful cultivator like the ancient Shura king, and had a powerful cultivator like the Rakshasa king with ill intentions. No one knew how the ancient Shura clan was doing now. Had it disbanded? Disappeared? Or did it still exist? If it still existed, so what? Daluo City was one of the many cities in the Taishan realm. It was a large city, and there were many clans and sects in the city. They were clearly divided, but they also secretly competed with each other for resources and so on. But not all forces were located in Daluo City, especially sect forces, which were often located outside of Daluo City. Tai Luo City was a city, and also the name of a territory. With the huge city as the center, everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles belonged to Tai Luo City. It was the territory of the city. North of Daluo City was a section of the Taishan mountain range, called Mount Daluo. It was easy to remember the name. In fact, many cities were related to the Taishan mountain range. After all, the Taishan mountain range surrounded half of the Taishan realm. Mount Daluo was only a section of the Taishan mountain range, perhaps only a few tenths of it, but it was still very large. Its highest peak was more than 6,000 meters high. At a glance, there were dozens of peaks, and the higher they were, the more ethereal they seemed to be shrouded in clouds. There were quite a few sects within Mount Tai Luo. The lowest peak was about 2,000 meters high. It was located in a remote area with sparse vegetation. The fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth was also relatively weak. Compared to the other peaks, it was much worse. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any sect that would choose such an environment where the vitality was relatively thin as a sect, but there was one on this mountain peak. A figure appeared at the foot of the mountain and walked up the broken stairs step by step. This flight of stairs was very long, but there were gaps everywhere. It looked like it had been affected by some kind of battle. The traces were still very fresh, so it was possible that the battle had happened not long ago. An old and somewhat dilapidated mountain gate stood halfway up the mountain. It was mottled with many scratches and holes, as if it was on the verge of collapse in the wind. It was unknown when it would collapse. At the foot of the mountain gate, two figures were leaning against the mountain gate with a lazy look. They looked like two young people, but they did not have the vigor that young people should have. Instead, they were full of decadence. At this moment, a figure quickly walked down from above. "Senior Brother Lin, where are you going?" One of the disciples on the right raised his head and asked in surprise. "Junior brothers, this is the last time I will call you junior brothers." The person walking down from above had a bitter expression. "I can't stay here any longer. Farewell." After saying this person passed through the mountain gate. His footsteps were even faster as he quickly descended. "Sigh, another one has left." The disciple who had asked the question let out a long sigh, his expression miserable. "Coward." The other disciple spat and said angrily, "A few years ago, he swore to live and die with the sect." "That's right. Even if he wants to leave, he should wait until after the Zenith gathering." The disciple on the right side. "The Zenith gathering? Do you think we still have any hope?" The disciple on the left sneered. "I don't know how long our sect can last." The disciple on the right was like a snake that had its spine pulled out. He was even weaker now, leaning against the mountain gate as if he was about to slip and fall. "Who knows? Anyway, I've already decided. When we really can't hold on and disband, I'll go back and do business with my father." The disciple on the left let out a long sigh. "Anyway, I'm not cut out for cultivation. Otherwise, I'll make those traitors regret it." When the word traitor was mentioned, a hint of hatred appeared in both of their eyes. If it weren't for the traitors, even if the sect was gradually declining, it wouldn't have fallen so quickly. At the very least, it could have held on for a little longer, unlike now where the people's hearts were scattered. At the foot of the mountain, a white-robed figure with a long sword at his waist was walking up the mountain at a moderate pace. His expression was calm and his eyes were deep. The person rushing down the mountain looked at the person climbing up the mountain in surprise. If it were any other time, he would have greeted the person, but now it didn't matter. The two figures passed each other quickly. Looking back slightly, he could see the figure rushing down the mountain. It seemed that the person was running away, and his back looked a little embarrassed. Looking away, Chernzong continued to climb the mountain. Gradually, Chernzong saw a dilapidated ancient mountain gate. There were 3 big golden words on it, Azura Sect. Chernzong followed the information given by the ancient Azura king. After arriving at Tai Luo City, he went straight to the Heaven Response Tower. The Heaven Response Tower was spread all over the profound world and was the most well-informed force in the profound world. If he wanted to know any information, he could just ask the Heaven Response Tower. Of course, he had to pay a corresponding fee. The fee was closely related to the secret and preciousness of the information. If even the Heavens Response Pavilion didn't know about this, then it was almost impossible for others to know about it. Except for a few well-hidden secrets belonging to various powerful sects, only the masters of various sects had the qualifications to know about it. The ancient Azura sect that Chern Zong wanted to ask about was not a secret, nor was it a precious information. Therefore, the fee was not high. Now, Chern Zong came to find him. The Azura sect. Not the ancient Azura sect. This was caused by the unforeseen event many years ago. The sect had declined, and even its name was no longer as glorious as it used to be. From the dilapidated steps and dilapidated ancient mountain gate, as well as the dispirited spirit of the two disciples guarding the mountain gate, Chern Zong could tell that the Azura sect, or the ancient Azura sect, was not in a good situation. It could even be said that they were in a terrible situation. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate also saw Chern Zong. A stranger. There was no insignia of any sect on his robe. In an instant, the two of them saw him clearly. They immediately stood straight with a smile on their faces. "Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you to our Azura sect?" The disciple on the right asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. They called Chern Zong sir, because Chern Zong looked very young, about the same age as them. He didn't seem to be a disciple of any sect. "Is the Azura sect recruiting disciples?" Chern Zong asked with a slight smile. Chern Zong already knew about the ancient Azura sect, which was the current Azura sect, from the Heavenly Response Tower, swaying in the wind and rain. Then, he should do his best to fulfill the ancient Azura king's last wish and revive the ancient Azura sect. At least, he should let it continue to pass on its legacy and not disband and disappear in the long river of time. Then, how could he save it? At least, he had to become a member of it. When the two disciples guarding the mountain gate heard this, they were completely stunned. Was he here to join the sect? Was he hallucinating? During this period of time, all they heard and saw were the disciples leaving the sect. Some were poached by other sects, some left on their own to join other sects, and some left to make a living. In short, no matter what it was, there were only those who left, but no one came to join the sect. Therefore, the two of them felt that it was inconceivable, and that was why they were so surprised. "What? Is the Azura sect not accepting disciples now?" Chern Zong asked again. "Sir, do you know about the current situation of the Azura sect?" The disciple on the right immediately asked. "I've heard about it," Chern Zong said. "Then, sir, you should know that the Azura sect is in a precarious situation now. Disciples are constantly leaving the sect. Now there are only a few dozen people left in the sect, from the sect leader to the elders. We don't know when the sect will disband." The disciple on the right said again. Of course, it was a good thing that someone wanted to join the sect. However, with the sect's current situation, and the other party had heard about it, but still wanted to join the sect. This was different. If he really did join the sect and regretted leaving, it would be a huge blow. There was another concern. "Sir, tell us your real purpose." The disciple on the left's eyes became cold and sharp, and a strong aura filled the air. It immediately locked onto Chern Zong. That aura contained a kind of evil spirit, although it was very faint. Obviously, under these circumstances, no normal person would want to join the sect, unless they had other motives. Naturally, Chern Zong's action was suspicious. Chern Zong's expression did not change when he was locked on by the two chi filled with murderous intent. This was because the cultivation of these two people was very low. They were only half a step away from the saint level. There was a huge difference between them and him. How could an ant shake an elephant? "I sincerely want to join the Azura sect," please inform the sect leader. Chen Zong said with a faint smile. Under the pressure of the two people's auras, Chen Zong's expression didn't change. Instantly, the two people's expressions turned serious. Fine, I'll inform the elders and see what your purpose is. The disciple on the left snorted coldly. Then, he took out an item and transmitted it to the sect elder. Not long after, a strong aura appeared and approached at an alarming speed. Chen Zong also saw a figure appear at the top of the stairs. Like a flash of light, the figure rushed down rapidly. Chen Zong knew from the fluctuation of the aura that this person was a 6th Heaven Saint Realm expert. Well, at least for many cultivators, this person was a strong expert. Of course, to him, this person was nothing. After all, Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm. Chapter 1694. First update, second update, 9 p.m. At the entrance of the Shura sect, a 6th-level Saint Realm elder in a gray robe stood firmly on the steps with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, there was a hint of weariness on his face, as if he was exhausted. The unstable situation of the Shura sect during this period of time had drained him mentally and physically. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. Who are you? What brings you to the Shura sect? The gray-robed elder stared at Chen Zong. He looked young, but there was an unfathomable feeling about him. Therefore, the gray-robed elder did not dare to act rashly in case he offended him. If the other party was strong, it would be one disaster after another for the Shura sect. My name is Chen Zong. I'm here to join the Shura sect, Chen Zong said with a smile. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted when he heard this. He stared at Chen Zong as if he wanted to see through him and determine if he was telling the truth. If it was in the past, he would not have doubted it. But now, a seemingly unfathomable person wanted to join the Shura sect, which was already in decline and who knew how long it would last. What a joke! The elder was furious. This person was obviously here to make fun of the Shura sect. It was even possible that he was sent by other sects to further suppress the Shura sect. Don't be angry. I know the current situation of the Shura sect, and what I bring is hope. Chen Zong said calmly as he stared at the gray-robed elder without fear. His gaze was clear and deep, without a trace of malice. The gray-robed elder fell silent. The two disciples guarding the entrance stared at Chen Zong without saying a word. With the elder present, there was no room for them to interrupt. Please follow me. The gray-robed elder finally opened his mouth and said. In his heart, he more or less still held onto a trace of hope. After all, the Shura sect was on the verge of disbanding. However, they did not want the Shura sect to disband. This was the root of many of them. From a very young age, they lived, cultivated, and grew up here. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to seize it. Furthermore, he felt that this person was not sent by other sects to suppress the Azura Gate. Under the guidance of the gray-robed elder, Chen Zong quickly walked up the stairs. Subconsciously, the gray-robed elder used his full speed to test the other party, but when he found that the other party was following him casually, his heart became heavier. Even though he wasn't the strongest person in the Azura Gate, he was still one of the top 3. If this person truly harbored ill intentions towards the Shura sect, perhaps today would be the day that the Shura sect was truly disbanded. I am the 5th elder of the Shura Gate, the gray-robed elder said to Chen Zong. It didn't take long for Chen Zong to be brought to the Azura's Gate main hall. Although it was called a great hall, it wasn't very big. Moreover, it was a bit old and dilapidated. It seemed that it had been affected by the battle and hadn't been repaired yet. As far as the eye could see, some of the palaces had completely collapsed. On the whole, this was a small, run-down sect. As the 5th elder stepped into the dilapidated great hall, There was only one person inside. A burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was dressed in a short gray robe. His aura was restrained, but Chen Zong could keenly feel the fluctuations of his aura, which contained a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura wasn't formed by killing too many people, but by the Azura Gates cultivation method. With one glance, Chen Zong determined the middle-aged man's cultivation level. 7th level Saint Realm. Sovereign. The 5th elder bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. This person wishes to join the Azura Gate. Hearing this, the sovereign immediately stood up and emitted an oppressive aura. His tiger-like eyes stared at Chen Zong as if he wanted to see through him. The sovereign was even more surprised than the 5th elder. "How should I address you?" The sovereign spoke in a deep voice that faintly emitted an oppressive aura. "Chen Xiu." Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. The name he used was naturally the Azura doppelganger's name. The name Chen Zong was relatively well known. Jiandi Chen Zong. Although there were countless people in the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region, there were many people with the same name. In addition, it had been more than a decade since Chen Zong detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower titled Jiandi. During this period of time, countless things big and small had happened. Moreover, Chen Zong had disappeared for more than a decade, so it was unlikely that anyone would associate him with someone else. However, to be cautious, Chen Zong still didn't use his real name. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although his current strength wasn't weak, enough to erupt with the combat strength of a 3-star elite, there were still 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and so on above 3-star. There were even 7-star and 8-star existences. Any level was stronger than he was now. Chen Zong pondered deeply. Firstly, he was considered famous in the Upper Yuan realm. There was no guarantee that the news would not spread to the highest profundity realm. Therefore, it was likely that many experts in the highest profundity realm knew about it. If they knew that he had appeared here, it was likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, the news that he had escaped into the bewildering light sea might also spread. If he appeared in the highest profundity realm after more than a decade, wouldn't it mean that he had the ability to leave the bewildering light sea? For many experts, it would certainly be a great attraction. Using the name Chen Xiu was different. This was the name of his doppelganger, which had never appeared before. As for his appearance, in fact, there were many people who knew the name Chen Zong, but not many people had seen his appearance, especially in the highest profundity realm. However, out of caution, Chen Zong still made some slight adjustments to his appearance, so that he looked a little different from his original appearance. Even those who were more familiar with him would only think that he looked a little similar to Chen Zong, nothing more. As for why he did not let his doppelganger Chen Xiu take action directly, it was very simple. After all, Chen Xiu was not flesh and blood. He could hide it from most people, but it was difficult to hide it from some experts. If any clues were found out, the consequences would be even more serious. His purpose was not only to revive the Shura sect, but also to avenge the ancient Shura king. The ancient Shura king had been an expert of the half-step Great Saint realm for thousands of years. Now that thousands of years had passed, it was hard to say whether his strength had become even stronger. In short, everything should be done boldly and carefully. This was also the trouble of more than a decade ago, which made Chen Zong understand this point even more. At the end of the day, everything was due to the fact that they were not strong enough. "Your Excellency Chen Xiu, why do you want to join the Shura sect?" the sect master asked very directly. Firstly, it was because of his personality, and secondly, in the current situation, he was not in the mood to do any probing. On the other hand, Chen Zong directly released his own aura fluctuation, which contained an extremely pure and rich evil spirit. The sect master and the 5th elder's expressions changed. They could only feel that the evil spirit exuding from Chen Zong's body was terrifyingly pure, not knowing how much better it was than theirs. Moreover, it seemed to be of the same origin as their evil spirit. Could it be an illusion? Unless it was a cultivation method of the same origin, even if it was different cultivation methods of the same power, if there was no connection between them, there would be obvious differences in the power cultivated. However, the aura fluctuation exuding from Chunzong's body was somewhat similar to their own evil spirit. The sect master and the fifth elder were instantly bewildered. In the early years, I once received the inheritance of a senior. Chunzong smiled neither too fast nor too slow. That senior told me that if one day, when I have the ability, I should find the ancient Shura sect. The ancient Shura sect. This made the sect master and the fifth elder reminisce. The ancient Shura sect represented the glorious past. The ancient Shura sect represented the fallen present. May I know which senior's inheritance did you receive? The sect master couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with excitement. The cultivation methods I practice are the incineration Azura skill and the incineration Azura sword skill. Chunzong said, as for the senior's honorific, it's not the right time to reveal it. The incineration Azura skill. The incineration Azura sword skill. The sect master and the fifth elder exclaimed at the same time. These were the ancient Shura sect's most precious cultivation methods and martial arts. But to them, they only existed in legends, because they had been lost thousands of years ago. Currently, the most advanced cultivation methods and martial arts in the ancient Shura sect were of the saint grade. Although the incineration Azura skill and the sword skill were incomplete, they were still top-grade saint grade, not something a saint grade could compare to. Of course, the burning evil Azura skill and swordsmanship that the ancient Azura king cultivated were not incomplete. The last two levels were completed by the ancient Azura king himself. According to his own situation, they were only suitable for himself. Therefore, they were not passed down. Infernal energy of the same origin. The incineration Azura skill and the sword skill. This caused the sect leader and the fifth elder to subconsciously feel closer to Chunzong. Their expressions also became gentler. The person who could pass down the incineration Azura skill and the sword skill must be an expert from the ancient Shura sect, probably one of the elders. Therefore, from a certain point of view, this Chunxiu could be considered a member of the ancient Shura sect, having a relationship with the ancient Shura sect. It was reasonable for him to want to join the ancient Shura sect. However, the sect master and the fifth elder seemed to have thought of a difficult problem, their brows furrowed. Little friend Chunxiu, you should be aware of the current situation in the ancient Shura sect. With your ability, there is no need for you to get involved in this mess. The sect master thought for a moment and said in a low voice. He was trying to persuade Chunzong. Of course, they were happy that Chunzong was willing to join the ancient Shura sect, but they did not think it was necessary. After all, one person's strength was not enough to turn the situation around. The disbandment of the ancient Shura sect seemed to be a trend, an irresistible trend. It would be a waste of someone else's future. Although they did not know Chunxiu's ability and cultivation level, they knew that he was not weak. If he joined another sect, he would be valued and have a better future. If the ancient Shura sect was still strong, I wouldn't have come. Chunzong smiled faintly, but his words revealed a shocking confidence. Chapter 1695. It was easy to add flowers to brocade. It was difficult to provide timely help. The Azura sect was currently in a precarious situation, on the verge of disintegration. It was already good enough that no one came to trample on them. Who would want to join the Azura sect and endure this calamity together? This Chunxiu had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Azura sect's senior and knew about the Azura sect's current situation. He could have ignored them completely and had a better future. After all, the Azura sect and the ancient Azura sect were of the same origin, but to a certain extent they were different. But he still came. This was a kindness that made the sect master and the fifth elder extremely grateful. They immediately gathered everyone in the Azura sect outside the main hall. This was to let Chernzong know everyone, and also to let everyone know about Chernzong. Another point was to let the disciples know that there was still hope for the Azura sect, even if it was just a false hope to deceive others and themselves. Soon, the two disciples guarding the mountain gate were also gathered. There weren't many people in front of him. Chernzong swept his gaze over them and counted only 30 or so people. Including the sect master and the fifth elder, there were less than 40 people. Thinking back to when the ancient Azura king was still around, the ancient Azura sect was extremely powerful. There were more than 10,000 people in total, unlike now, where there were only 2 or 3 kittens. Not only were there far fewer people than when the ancient Azura sect was at its peak, but their cultivation was also far inferior. The difference was like heaven and earth. For example, the person with the highest cultivation base was naturally the sect master, who was at the 7th heaven saint realm, followed by the 5th elder, who was at the 6th heaven saint realm. Naturally, there would be the great elder, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, and so on. However, the grand elder had yet to recover from his serious injuries and was in seclusion to recuperate. The 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and 4th elder had either died or left. Among the elders, only the 5th elder was left. Below the elders were the deacons. There were only 3 of them left, and their cultivation was at 3rd and 4th heaven saint realm respectively. The rest were all disciples. Among these disciples, the highest cultivation was at 1st heaven saint realm, and the lowest was at transcendence realm. This was the current strength of the Azura sect's disciples. Sure enough, it was very miserable. It was completely like a small, broken sect. When they heard that this white-robed young man with an extraordinary demeanor was actually a new disciple of the Azura Gate, other than the sovereign and the 5th elder, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. It was as if he had encountered some sort of miraculous story. It was inconceivable. As members of the Shura sect, they were well aware of the current situation of the Shura sect. The fact that they didn't leave meant that they had deep feelings for the Shura sect. How could anyone else join them? If it were them, they wouldn't even know if they could persevere until the very end, let alone talk about joining the Azura's Gate. It was like a dream. However, this white-robed young man didn't look like someone with a screw loose. Could it be that the other party had other intentions? Perhaps this was the only reason. It was just that there was nothing in the Shura Gate that was worth it for others to scheme against. He didn't care about those who were strong, but he didn't dare to care about those who were weak. I once received the inheritance of an elder of the ancient Shura sect. I have a connection with the Azura sect, Chernzong said unhurriedly. It was an explanation. Whether others believed it or not, at least this was the real reason he joined the Azura sect. It was just that he didn't go into details. Hearing Chernzong's words, the disciples instantly felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, they even felt some admiration for him. Of course, they didn't completely believe him. Everything was left to time. In the end, if the other party really had any ulterior motives, the elders and the sovereign would have to take action. They, as disciples, were powerless. Chernzong seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look. Not long after. Everyone is here. That saves me a lot of effort. A somewhat mocking voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, 2 tyrannical auras descended from the sky. 2 figures directly rushed to the top of the main hall and looked down from above. One of them was old and the other was young. The old man had a goatee. His cheeks were dry and skinny. His eyes shone brightly, and there was a faint smile on his face. Threads of powerful, dark and cold aura spread out from his body and merged with the wind, causing the originally cold wind to become even colder as it blew past. The young man was dressed in a long grayish-black robe. His hands were hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe, and there was a faint smile on his face. Similar to the old man with the goatee, his eyes were dark and there was a faint light hidden in them. Traces of cold aura also spread out from his body. Chernzong could tell the cultivation of these two people at a glance. The old man with the goatee was at the seventh heaven saint realm, the same as the sovereign of the Azura sect. The young man's cultivation was at the third heaven saint realm. Being at the third heaven saint realm at such a young age could be considered quite outstanding. He could definitely be considered as a genius. Of course, there was still a big gap between him and a peerless genius. He Baiming, what are you doing here again? The fifth elder shouted angrily. His robe fluttered in the wind and a tyrannical aura spread out. Murderous intent rolled out and locked onto the other party. However, the old man with the goatee didn't care at all. His cultivation was at the seventh heaven saint rudiment stage, while the fifth elder was only at the sixth heaven saint rudiment stage. He wasn't a prodigy who could challenge someone with a higher cultivation than him, so it didn't affect him at all. The one who was a real threat was the great elder of the Azura sect. Now that he was severely injured, everyone in the Zenith mountain range knew about it. The other was the sovereign of the Azura sect. However, since they were both at the seventh heaven saint realm, it would not be easy for him to deal with Chernzong. Moreover, the sect behind Chernzong was much stronger than the Azura sect. Based on the fifth elder's words, it seemed like this was not his first time here. Moreover, it seemed like he was up to no good. Of course, this elder is here to discuss something important. He Baiming smiled sinisterly. This is my disciple, Chang Wei. This time, my disciple is here to borrow your sect's great fiendish Azura art. Of course, I won't borrow it for free. As soon as he Baiming spoke, everyone glared at him. The great fiendish Azura art. What was that? That was the Azura sect's most powerful technique. It was the only high-grade Saint Realm technique in the Azura sect, and it was extremely powerful. Borrowing the great fiendish Azura art was akin to shaking the foundation of the Azura sect. At that time, the secrets of the great fiendish Azura art would be known by everyone. When the news spread, the Azura sect would be defenseless. When the time came, those who cultivated the great fiendish Azura art would be targeted. It would be difficult for them to display their full strength. The great fiendish Azura art is our sect's most powerful technique. I won't borrow it, the sovereign of the Azura sect said in a low voice. I'm definitely going to get this cultivation technique. Chang Wei sneered coldly. His eyes glowed with a dark light and the frigid aura around him surged. He really wanted to borrow the great fiendish Azura art. He wanted to absorb the essence of the great fiendish Azura art into his body to improve himself. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became tense. The Azura sect disciples glared at him, but they felt powerless. What's going on? Did this elder come at the wrong time? Suddenly, another voice rang out. A figure flew across the sky. Under normal circumstances, those who wanted to enter a sect's main hall would usually walk up from the mountain gate to show their respect. Of course, if it was a powerful half-step great sage expert or a great sage expert, no one would have any objections if they came here directly. However, he Baiming and his disciple, as well as the person who just appeared, were obviously Saint Realm masters. Yet, they had directly descended from the sky. It was clear that they didn't put the Azura sect in their eyes. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. The tyrannical aura was suffused with a terrifying heat. It was as if an invisible flame was burning. The terrifying heat swept across the sky like a hurricane, covering the sky and earth. It was an extremely shocking scene. Eighth Heaven Saint Realm. This was an Eighth Heaven Saint Realm master. An Eighth Heaven Saint Realm master who cultivated a fire attribute secret art. His aura was extremely terrifying, causing the faces of the Azura sect disciples to turn solemn. The disciples found it difficult to withstand. The Azura Sect's overlord and the fifth elder released their auras to cover the crowd, greatly reducing the pressure on them so that they wouldn't collapse on the spot. The Azura Sect's overlord had a solemn expression on his face. An eighth Heaven Saint Realm Master was equivalent to the Azura Sect's Great Elder. However, the Great Elder had yet to recover from his injuries. Elder Lifeng, why have you come to visit our sect? The Azura Sect's overlord asked in a deep voice. Of course there's a reason. Otherwise, do you think this elder would be so bored as to come to this godforsaken place? Elder Lifeng's tone was light, but his words were not polite at all. He directly belittled them. With a flick of his hand, a piece of beast skin appeared in his hand. This is the proof that your Azura Sect owes my 100 Blaze Sect. It's a total of 1,000 primary heaven pills. Nonsense. The fifth elder immediately rebuked. When did my Azura Sect borrow 1,000 primary heaven pills from your 100 Blaze Sect? The Azura Sect's overlord's face darkened. His eyes emitted a strong light as his tyrannical aura swept out and locked onto Elder Lifeng. According to Overlord, are you planning to renege on your debt? The faint smile on Elder Lifeng's face disappeared in an instant. He was filled with anger, as if the Azura Sect was really going to renege on their debt. I'm afraid the Azura Sect can't take out 1,000 primary heaven pills now. He Beiming suddenly smiled. How about this, I'll be the middleman. Out of respect for me, he Beiming, the 100 Blaze Sect will temporarily extend the time limit. However, you can lend my disciple the great fiendish Azura art for half a month. The Azura Sect's overlord, the fifth elder, and the group of disciples trembled in anger. Both of their actions were the actions of bandit. One coveted the Azura Sect's sect guarding technique, while the other wanted to steal 1,000 primary heaven pills from the Azura Sect. Both of them were ferocious beasts with ill intentions. However, these people were strong and the sects behind them were not something the Azura Sect could compare to. Chen Zong did not say anything. He was silently observing the situation. He wanted to contribute to the Azura Sect, but he also wanted to see if the Azura Sect was worthy of his efforts. Although the Azura Sect was in a precarious situation, if they did not even have a little bit of backbone left, they would not be able to stand upright. Chapter 1696. First, he received a call from his mother. Then, he opened QQ and saw dozens of birthday wishes. Only then did he realize that today was his real birthday. It was the 18th of January in the lunar calendar. At the peak, in front of the main hall, it was a cold and solemn scene. All eyes were focused on the Shura overlord's face. He was the person in charge of the Shura sect. His reaction would determine the life and death of the Shura sect. This sect master reiterates that I will not lend you any cultivation technique. The so-called debt of 1,000 heaven yuan pills is a lie. The Shura overlord's gaze swept across He Beiming and Elder Lifeng. His tone was solemn and resolute. So, you're planning to make the Shura sect disappear prematurely? He Beiming's tone became colder and colder. A terrifying cold storm erupted from his body and swept across the area. Everyone felt as if they were frozen solid. It was as if a cold wind from hell had pierced into their bones. Does the Shura sect think that you can't repay your debt? Elder Lifeng also erupted with a terrifying aura. The blazing wind roared, as if it was the wrath of a fierce wind. It was as if it wanted to flay everyone. The tyrannical aura of a 7th Heaven Saint Realm and an 8th Heaven Saint Realm expert was fully displayed. Even the sect master and the 5th elder would not be able to withstand it. The situation was critical. Our Shura sect will never compromise even if we have to face destruction. The 1st Heaven Saint Realm disciple roared. His face was filled with determination as he released his aura. Even if it was an ant trying to shake a tree, he would not back down. We will never compromise. The other half-step saints and transcendents roared as well. They also released their auras. In an instant, everyone was united as one. It seems that the Shura sect is planning to repay your debt with your lives. Elder Lai Feng's eyes widened. Instantly, the blazing wind was filled with terrifying killing intent. The aura of an 8th Heaven Saint Realm expert suppressed the entire area. Even if the sect master, the 5th elder, and the other disciples tried their best, they could barely resist it. The difference in strength brought about by the difference in cultivation was very obvious. Then let's see what right you have to take our lives. There was a loud roar that sounded like the roar of a tiger and a thunderous explosion. Immediately after, a figure flew out from the main hall and appeared beside the Shura overlord with a thunderous roar. He unleashed a powerful aura and resisted the pressure of Elder Liefeng's aura. This was a short old man dressed in a gray robe. His face was haggard and he looked like he was about to die, but he exuded an unyielding will. He glared angrily at He Beiming and his disciple, then stared at Lai Feng. "Great Elder!" The sect leader and the 5th elder exclaimed in a low voice. The disciples were all startled. Chen Zong also stared at him. At first glance, Chen Zong could tell that the 1st elder was in a very bad situation. "Old Geezer Yen, you're still alive?" While Lai Feng was surprised, he suddenly sneered. "Even if you're not dead, you actually dared to come out instead of lingering at death's door. You must be tired of living. Even if this old master dies, I'll drag you down with me." The 1st elder stared at Lai Feng and said word by word. The determination in his words was so shocking that it could shake the heavens and earth. "Old Geezer Yen, after being hit by the burning heart blood dissipation palm, how much strength do you have left to drag me down with you?" Lai Feng was secretly afraid, but he sneered and secretly probed. The burning heart blood palm is now suppressed by this old man's strength, but if this old man were to use all of his strength, do you think you can escape unscathed? The great elder's tone was indifferent, as if he was indifferent to life and death, but it made people even more afraid. Lai Feng's expression changed slightly. This old Geezer Yan's cultivation was at the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was even stronger than Lai Feng. If old Geezer Yan was at his peak, Lai Feng would not dare to fight him alone. Although old Geezer Yan was injured now, if he really went all out, there was no guarantee that he would not be injured. In the worst case, he might even die together with Lai Feng. Lai Feng could see the determination in old Geezer Yan's eyes. Old Geezer Yan had completely disregarded life and death. "Fine, old Geezer Yan, you can be considered a famous master of Zenith Mountain, so I'll give you some face today." Lai Feng thought for a moment and immediately said, "Since that's the case, I won't collect this debt first. I'll give you 3 more days to prepare." As soon as these words came out, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days might be enough for them to make more preparations. You're just a person who has 1 foot in the coffin and is about to die. Why should I give you face? A sudden change occurred. A cold and desolate voice abruptly resounded from afar like a bolt of lightning. Heaven and earth rumbled as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the sky. Immediately, the lightning stopped and a figure stood in midair with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. This figure wore a purple robe and had a tall and mighty figure. He had the appearance of a black-haired old man. His eyes were cold and seemed to contain bolts of lightning that leaped endlessly in the void. The moment they were stared at, everyone felt a deep pressure and their bodies went numb. "Old Geezer Lei, do you want to die?" The Shura's great elder's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at old Geezer Yen. "Old Geezer Yen, if you were at your peak, you might be able to contend with me. But now, how much strength do you have left?" The purple-robed old Geezer Lei sneered. "Once you release the suppression of the burning heart blood dissipating palm, your injuries will instantly erupt. It's enough to take away half of your life." What are you going to use to fight? Old Geezer Yan's words made the great elder's short body tremble slightly, as if his life was poked and his body bent a little more. Lai Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was actually deceived and almost retreated. This was a loss of face. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the main hall, a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out, crushing everything in its path. The aura of a blazing gale. The aura of a violent thunderbolt. The aura of a cold wind. In an instant, because of the great elder's appearance and decisive decision, the Shura's gate was once again in a disadvantageous position. From the looks of it, today was the day the Shura's gate was annihilated. Thinking of this, all the Shura's gate members revealed bitter expressions. Finally, this moment had come. Basically, those who stayed until now were those who wanted to live and die with the Shura's gate. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. You came at the wrong time. The gate master's apologetic voice suddenly rang in Chen Zong's ears. Now you can leave first. Strictly speaking, you are still not considered a disciple of the Shura's gate. I will make this clear. Gate master, are you willing to believe my mother? Chen Zong asked in return. The gate master was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Believe? How could he believe? Surrounded by strong enemies, the Shura's gate was on the brink of destruction. What could a mere youngster do? Moreover, these strong enemies were not rogue cultivators. They all had powerful forces behind them. Don't believe? If so, it would be a blow to the gate master. Leave the rest to me. Chen Zong said again, his tone firm. Immediately, Chen Zong took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The tyrannical auras of the 3 Saint Realm Masters seemed to have no effect on him. It was as if they didn't exist. All eyes fell on Chen Zong. The great elder didn't know what happened earlier. When he saw Chen Zong walk out, his face was full of surprise. You want to borrow the secret art? Chen Zong stood still and stared at He Beiming. Then, he looked at Elder Lai Feng of the 100 Blaze sect and said, You want to settle your debt. Then, Chen Zong's eyes swept over the purple-robed old man and said, Then, what do you want to say? The few of them stared at Chen Zong, somewhat bewildered. It was too sudden. Just now, they didn't even notice Chen Zong's existence. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? He Beiming's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a cold aura towards Chen Zong. My name is Chen Xiu, a disciple of the Azura sect who was left outside. I have returned today, Chen Zong smiled and said. From now on, I will take care of everything in the Azura sect. If you have any motives, come at me. He was calm and composed, making it difficult for people to see through him. Who do you think you are? Chang Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. You want the superior Saint-Tier great fiendish Azura art, right? As long as you can defeat me, I can give you a cultivation technique even better than the great fiendish Azura art, Chen Zong said unhurriedly as he stared at Tsun Takashi. The Azura sect master and 5th elder's faces changed drastically. However, they couldn't stop Chen Zong. Since you're asking for a defeat, I'll grant you a defeat. As soon as Chang Wei finished speaking, an extremely cold aura burst out from his body. Then, he swung his claw. The cold claw tore through the void and struck down from the sky. The cold black claw that was a few meters long came down from the sky and enveloped Chen Zong. It was as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces. He didn't show any mercy. Chen Zong seemed to be scared out of his wits and didn't move. He Beiming's aura locked onto the Azura sect master and 5th elder. If they tried to interfere, he would attack at the same time. As for the 1st elder, he was locked onto by both Lai Feng and Old Lei's aura. He didn't dare to act rashly. Just as the extremely sharp claw was about to grab Chen Zong's left hand was raised neither too fast nor too slow. His index and middle fingers were like ice dragons as they gently slashed out. Chang Wei sneered coldly. How dare you try to block my claw? You must be tired of living. In the next moment, Chang Wei's expression changed drastically. The sharp claw that was a few meters long was instantly split apart. The overbearing power caused it to tremble and dissipate. Then, a flash of sword light appeared in front of him. The flash of sword light was extremely sharp. It was like an aurora that streaked across the sky. At the same time, it was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. He Beiming was paying attention to the Azura sect master and fifth elder. He didn't expect his disciple to do that. Before he could react, the sword light struck Chang Wei. Chang Wei's defensive power was instantly shattered. He was sent flying dozens of meters away. The robe at his chest was torn and a long cut appeared. There was also a long sword mark on his chest. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. It was just one strike. It was just a casual flash of sword light. However, Chang Wei was injured. This result shocked everyone. They couldn't believe it. Especially Chang Wei himself. He couldn't believe it. He was so angry that his body trembled. Chapter 1697. Last night, Lu Sa suddenly said that she had a secret to tell me. Then, she suddenly changed her mind. Six Dao couldn't figure out what it was, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Today, he found out that Lu Sa had secretly ordered a cake to celebrate Six Dao's birthday. He was so touched that he even forgot his own birthday. The sky was dark and gloomy. Chilly winds swept across, roaring, surging, and wantonly fluctuating. A giant claw formed behind Tsun Takashi's back. Black smoke billowed out from the claw, and the black claw looked like the claws of an evil spirit that had emerged from the depths of hell. In that instant, Tsun Takashi's aura surpassed the third heaven of the Saint Realm, and it was approaching the fourth heaven of the Saint Realm. He Beiming nodded his head inwardly. His disciple's talent wasn't bad. A sharp sound rang through the air as the giant black claw tore through the air. It was as if the void was defenseless against it, and it was torn to shreds. The power of this claw was more than twice as strong as before. However, Chernzong's expression was still as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression at all. Even when the sharp claws were about to reach him, he still used the fingers of his left hand like a sword and gently pointed. Suddenly, the sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the sharp claws. Terrifying power spread out in an instant, shattering the sharp claws. The sword light shot out like a hot knife through butter. It was as fast as a meteor. There was no way to dodge it. Tsun Takashi did not even have time to react before he was hit. Pierced through. Blood splattered across the sky. Chernzong didn't intend to kill Tsun Takashi with this attack. Otherwise, he would have pierced through his forehead instead of his shoulder. Even though he had bought information from the Heavenly Response Pavilion and understood the current situation in the Azura Gate, he wasn't the leader of the Azura Gate. He had to be cautious. He didn't have to be cautious from his perspective. He had to be cautious from the perspective of the Azura Gate. He Beiming was stunned. What was going on? Why wasn't he able to react in time? Everyone else was shocked as well. From the looks of it, Chernzong wasn't older than Tsun Takashi. However, he was stronger than Tsun Takashi. Even when Tsun Takashi unleashed his full strength, he was still able to break through Tsun Takashi's ultimate move. His sword was already back in its scabbard. It was obvious that he was stronger than Tsun Takashi. The members of the Shura sect were naturally overjoyed. The first elder was surprised by the extremely pure evil chi that was released when Chernzong attacked. This kind of evil chi was extremely terrifying, and it was related to the cultivation method that he practiced. When he attacked just now, Chernzong had borrowed the power of the Azura doppelganger Chinshio. Although he was unable to completely unleash the power of the 32nd level of the Burning Evil Azura skill due to the difference in his body, he was still able to unleash the power of the 31st level of the Burning Evil Azura skill. Of course, he didn't need to go to such lengths to deal with a 3rd Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. He only needed a small portion of his strength, and he didn't even need to use his Tao intent. You dare injure my disciple? Die. He Beiming was infuriated. His voice was filled with shocking killing intent. His aura erupted, and an extremely tyrannical aura descended. It was as cold as a storm. Immediately after, he Beiming struck out with a sharp claw. The claw didn't look big, at least much smaller than Tsun Takashi's. However, it was more condensed, as though it was corporeal. The wrath of a 7th-level Saint Realm expert was even more terrifying. The Shura sect's overlord and the 5th Elder's faces paled. They couldn't react in time. He Beiming's attack was indeed many times stronger than Tsun Takashi's. However, it was still not enough to deal with Chen Zong. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword light flashed and tore through the sky in an instant. It went against the heavens and split the sharp claws apart like a hot knife through butter. With extreme sharpness, it streaked across the void and charged towards He Beiming. He Beiming's face paled. How was this possible? How could a junior split his claw in half? Even the Shura sect's overlord would find it difficult to do so. On the other hand, the Shura sect's members were stunned. The jet-black sword light seemed to be the most dazzling light in the world. It tore through the void and caused He Beiming's hair to stand on end. Dodge. He Beiming executed his movement skill in an instant. His body flickered, leaving behind countless afterimages. After dodging Chen Zong's sword, he suddenly attacked from the side. He was like a ghost crane rushing out from hell. His speed was extremely fast and subtle. It was difficult to dodge or defend against. He Beiming spread his arms like the wings of a ghost crane. He raised his palms, which were as sharp and cold as the edge of a blade. He tore through the void and charged at Chen Zong at an astonishing speed. Tear. It tore through everything in the world, as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong's body apart. This was He Beiming's true technique. It was the true ability of the ghost crane. If Chen Zong was hit, his body could be cut in half in an instant. Of course, this was only the opinion of others. In fact, with Chen Zong's body refinement cultivation, even if he stood still and allowed He Beiming to attack him, there wouldn't be any problem. The defense brought about by the tyrannical body refinement cultivation of the early stage of the 9th-level chaotic heaven realm was extremely amazing. However, Chen Zong wouldn't stand still and allow He Beiming to attack him. His feet moved slightly, and his body seemed to dodge in an instant. He Beiming's palms sliced through like cold blades, but they only cut through the afterimages left behind by Chen Zong. Incomparably sharp sounds rang out continuously. He Beiming circled Chen Zong, his speed reaching the extreme. He continuously attacked as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong into pieces. However, Chen Zong's body swayed like bamboo in the wind, completely avoiding He Beiming's attacks. The Shura overlord and the 5th elder were stunned. The 1st elder's expression was extremely solemn, but there was also an indescribable excitement. Lifeng and Old Lei were extremely shocked. How could a Shura sect disciple who had just returned from outside possess such strength? How was this possible? It was simply unbelievable. He looked so young, but his strength was so strong. He was definitely a peerless genius. How could a rundown Shura sect have such a disciple? He Beiming unleashed his full strength in a series of attacks, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Zong's clothes. He Beiming, who was extremely furious, suddenly soared into the sky. He shook his arms, and like a ghost crane spreading its wings, an endless cold aura gushed out. In the sky, a gray ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall quickly condensed into a solid form. The endless cold aura exploded in an instant, turning into a cold wind that wreaked havoc in all directions, covering the sky and earth. He gave it his all. He even used a secret technique. Wind Ghost Crane Kill. An extremely sharp and terrifying sound filled the air. The ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out an extremely sharp sound, as if it was going to tear everyone's eardrums. It was extremely painful, as if it was going to split open everyone's head. Soon Takashi's face was filled with excitement, and there was a hint of satisfaction. It's here. Master's ultimate move has appeared. If this attack landed, even if the opponent didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Fall. As he beaming raised his arms and swung them down, it was as if he was slashing at Chunzong. The ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall also left he beaming's body in an instant. It suddenly rushed up, paused for a moment, then quickly changed direction and swooped down. The strength of this attack made the Shura sect overlord's face turn solemn, and he was extremely wary. Strong. Chunzong still stood in the same spot, looking up. Then, he raised the sunken knight sword slightly. The sword trembled, and a pitch-black sword light that carried an extremely shocking evil aura broke through the air like a bolt of lightning. Under extreme speed, it stretched into a crescent arc and pierced through the air. This wasn't an ultimate move. It was just a simple sword technique driven by the power of the burning evil Shura art. For example, he beaming alone wasn't enough for him to use any of his ultimate move. The sword swept through the air, and it went against the heavens, as if it was tearing the sky from the bottom to the top. The sword split into two and went straight for the ghost crane shadow that was swooping down. In just an instant, the crescent moon-like sword light and the ghost crane shadow came into contact. There was no shocking surge of power. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it cut through the ghost crane shadow like a hot knife through butter. It went against the sky like a hot knife through butter, and in just a short moment, the ghost crane was split apart. Soon Takashi's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. He was like a duck that was happily squawking but suddenly had its neck strangled. It was extremely comical. Old Devil Lei and Lai Feng's expressions were also very interesting. He beaming was stunned. Sinister Wind Ghost Crane Kill. This was an ultimate move that he had spent hundreds of years to create. With such power, even the Shura sect overlord wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, it was split apart by his opponent's sword. How was this possible? He didn't have time to think. The pitch-black sword light had already gone against the sky, and the shocking sharpness that emanated from it made him shiver all over. It was as if the sword was going to tear him apart. Shocked, he beaming hurriedly dodged at full speed. It was a close shave. He beaming dodged the pitch-black sword light's attack, and he could clearly feel the terrifying sharpness. It was as if his body was going to be split apart. His hair stood on end. It was a bone-chilling feeling that went straight to his soul. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, he beaming unleashed an extremely powerful aura. Just when everyone thought that he was going to use his ultimate move again, he turned into a streak of light and flew towards Tsun Takashi. He grabbed Tsun Takashi's body and quickly ran down the mountain. He escaped. He beaming had actually escaped. He beaming, who was at the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage, had actually escaped from the sword of a young Shura sect disciple. It was simply unbelievable. While Elder Lifeng and Old Lei were slightly startled, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air with an extremely pure evil aura. That aura actually made them feel a chill that went straight to their bones. Bastard! Old Devil Lei roared and struck out with his palm. Purple lightning flashed violently and instantly blasted towards the pitch-black sword light. The sword light shattered, and so did the lightning. Old Devil Lei only felt a terrifying murderous aura enter his palm and wreak havoc. The purity of the murderous aura shocked him. Although Lai Feng had also shattered the sword light, the murderous aura had also entered his arm. He was secretly shocked. Don't think that you can challenge me just because you've forced he beaming to retreat. Old Devil Lay dispersed the murderous aura in his palm. Purple lightning flashed around his body and spread rapidly, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Then, he struck out with his palm. Great purple lightning palm. The palm imprint covered in purple lightning shot towards Chen Zong. That kind of power made the Azura's Gate disciples tremble in fear. It was as if this attack would destroy everything in the Shura sect. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.